Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to this meeting for the Corporation of Township of Whistler on November 9th, 2022. I will start with roll call. Who goes first today? Councillor Goyda.
I'm present.
Councillor Spillis.
I'm here too.
Councillor Bailey.
I'm here.
And Councillor Bowman. Here. Excellent. And let's start our moment of reflection. All right, that concludes our moment of reflection. Confirmation of the agenda resolution, please, Ms. White Fox.
The council approves the November 9th, 2022 agenda and two addendums as circulated, and the council approves the additions to the agenda as follows. Consent items 6.1.4, questions received from council seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff. And report ADM 2022-065 amendment related to Bill 23 proposed changes being correspondence from Hamilton Conservation Authority regarding Bill 23.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Mover, Councillor Goyda. Oh, Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goyda. Questions or comments on that? All in favor? It's carried. Any disclosure of community interest today? None? All right. I believe we're going to have an introduction for our fire chief today. Is that correct, Mr. CAO?
That's correct, yes. Would like to take this opportunity to introduce to council formally our new fire chief. He joined us earlier this year. We haven't had the opportunity to formally introduce you to him. Tom Mulvey, he's been 30 years in the fire service. All in the volunteer fire department. He became a full-time fire chief or full-time public safety officer in 2003. Senator Wellington became their deputy chief in 2018, and in 2021 he became the fire chief. And earlier this year, through the shared services agreement, he became our fire chief as well. So I'd like to introduce you to Tom, and Tom wanted to say hello as well.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you very much. How's everybody's morning going so far?
Great.
Good. Just want to say it's been a privilege so far to be the chief in Pushlands. I'm enjoying my time in Center Wellington as well. It's an honor to lead such a great bunch of people. I knew several of the firefighters before I started in the role, and I certainly did my homework and spoke with some before I decided to take on this job, and I'm more than happy that I've done so and enjoying every second of it. So thank you for having me, and I just want you to know how much I'm enjoying it.
Well, thank you, Tom. We're glad to have you as part of the team, and I do recognize that there was some consideration on your part whether there was capacity in your role to do both, and I'm very grateful that you have decided that you do have that capacity to come down here and give some guidance to our fire department. We have great individuals over there. We have some unique responses with the 401 being so close to us, and we appreciate everything all the members of the fire department do for our community and leave their families at the drop of a hat, as well as your firefighters up in the center of Wellington. So it's wonderful to have you on board, and thank you for taking on the responsibility. And I don't know if council members want to say any comments or just welcome.
I mean, welcome. We did have a chance to meet when we unveiled the new fire truck a month ago or so, but we're thrilled to have you here. Welcome, and we look forward to the years ahead.
Thank you very much, and much we appreciate that.
Thank you for coming over to Pushlands. I'm sure you bring a wealth of experience that we can all ask you to pull out of your hat to help us with some future trying times. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Really?
Yeah. Welcome, Chief. I look forward to working with you a little bit through the Safe Communities Committee, and thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ballmer.
Good morning. For many, 7 is a lucky number, and I hope you're the 7th fire chief that we've had since I've been on council. So I'm hoping you will be this community's lucky number. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna go bet on 7 somewhere.
Well, you have a casino up in Center Wellington. You can go right there.
I avoid it at all costs.
Well, thanks again for becoming our fire chief and look forward to working with you the next term of council.
Thanks for taking the time for me this morning. Thank you very much.
Enjoy your day.
You too.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna move on to consents. We have 14 minutes before our first delegation. So Ms. Whitefox, do you have a resolution for that, please?
That the consent agenda items listed for the November 9th council meeting be received for information.
I get a mover, right side of the table, Councilor Bailey, seconded by Councilor Bulmer. All right, any items to be removed? Councilor Boyd?
Nope.
Councilor Smoltz?
Yes, 6.5, 6.6. 6.15.
Right, thank you. Councilor Bailey, no, Councilor Bulmer? All right, so we receive the remainder of those. And we have the second, right?
We do.
Yep, so all in favor of receiving the remainder of those? It's carried. All right, Councilor Spokes.
Yes, item 6.5 is the Mini Lakes wastewater frequent monthly performance report. There's a table in there called effluent limits 1.3, and in there's a footnote. And the footnote specifically says, review of infrastructure from a process standpoint is highly recommended to mitigate annual concentration limit exceedances and all compliances. I'd like to move that Mini Lakes address this comment specifically. Are they moving to in accordance with the recommendation?
Can I maybe ask staff? We've been dealing with this since the start of our term together. And it was my understanding they were going to replace the, whether it's the entire septic or just the septic tank. And we were getting reports that was showing the progress of that project. Have we heard anything where they're at with that project, which would have addressed the effluent concern?
I don't believe we've had any further updates, other than these annual reports that we get. I don't think we've received anything else.
Correct. So they are working with Aqua. We do know that that work is ongoing. But we have at this point are just receiving the required reports from Mini Lakes, their annual monitoring, and I believe their quarterly.
So what's the process for the municipality if we continually receive reports that say that the system isn't functioning properly? It just doesn't go on in perpetuity that the system isn't functioning properly. At some point, do we have any tools to, this is where I feel Councilor Spools is going, is that we need to make them, or they need to fix the system. Maybe that's just how Councilor Palmer raised it. I don't know if you want to speak for Mr. CEO or Councilor Palmer.
Well, I just, rightly or wrongly, it is the Ministry of Environment and Parks that has the responsibility for enforcement of this certificate of approval. I share Councilor Spools' concerns plus additional concerns. But I agree with the question that Councilor Spools raised about we were getting some quarterly or some updates as they were replacing, updating, whatever they chose to do regarding the system. It was supposed to be a replacement. They were going to change from a rotating batch contactor to a sequencing batch reactor or something like that. They were changing the type of system, and that's I don't know what's happened with that. But I think when it comes to enforcement, all we can do is much like with the Aggregate Resources Act is send a letter both to the operator and eventually to the enforcement agency highlighting our concerns.
So Councilor Spools, were you just looking for an update on that project? Or just
The comment specifically made by the author of the reports is review the infrastructure from a process standpoint is highly recommended to mitigate annual concentration limit exceedances and non-compliances. So I'd like them to look at that and tell us what they're doing to achieve the compliance of these limit the exceedances.
Mr. CEO.
But what I'd suggest is to address Councilor Zakulis's point is put that question to them, ask them and their consultant to look at that. And then perhaps request them to come and give an update to council. Like I believe they've done it in the past, at least once that I can recall in my time here. And so they can come prepared with that specific answer, but also to give an update on the project and where they stand in terms of replacing the system or updating the system.
Yeah, I would be in favor of amending the motion to address that and second part of the motion is to come to council to give us an update on where they are in upgrading their system to ensure compliance with the.
You seconder for that, please. Councilor Palmer, okay, discussion, Councilor Breda?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do remember them coming and presenting to council in the past. And I do remember them saying that there were some delays. And I don't even remember I think it was to do with costs and things like that. But we haven't heard anything since, so I do think it would be a good idea for them to provide an update directly to council.
Councilor Smols, any comments?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
I don't think I have anything to add. I had also flagged that concern, so I'm happy to support.
Councilor Palmer?
No, I support the direction Councilor School is going with this, but I have some additional comments I'd like to make on this matter.
After this motion?
On the same topic, but.
It's not appropriate now.
Well, I just, in addition to what we're talking about now, I think council should be aware, I am concerned that the levels, the compliance levels were changed from being a rolling 12-month average to an annual calendar 12 months. That was to help
Bring it into compliance.
make it look like it's working properly. But the natural environment doesn't reset on the calendar basis. What was ever dumped in December is still there in January, even though this is going, they get to start at zero again every January. So compliance is now only calculated once a year as opposed to it was determined on a monthly basis in the past on a rolling 12-month average. So if and when they do rebuild this, I think in addition to our concerns today, I think council should be aware of that change and not forget it and make sure that when the new system comes up and running that it goes back to a rolling 12-month average to better reflect how the system actually works and how the natural environment actually responds.
That's a great comment, staff. I assume you can just document that in the future because Matthew Palmer won't be back. So, okay. Yeah, I'm supportive of it as well. It's concerning to see the levels and the non-compliance on a regular basis. So I'd like to see this thing get repaired properly once for all and crazy people will go back and see where they are in the projects. Is it clear, the motion? Right, all in favor? Right, that's carried. So now you're on 6 point.
Yeah, 6.6 and 6.15, they're related to the report that the staff has with respect to 9.33 bill 23 proposed changes. So I have a motion ready specifically referencing this letter with respect to bill 23. So I'm wondering, is it appropriate that we carry these forward into discussions under 9.33 and rather than here?
I would suggest that we do that because we also have the delegation that's going to present and that may trigger some thoughts. Like incorporated in the motion. So we just defer those last two until we'll have a report. Just remind me.
Yeah.
Okay. Is John or me?
Can see, Mr. Yes, our first delegate is here, Brian Beeman, and I believe he's here to speak about Dufferin aggregates.
Sure. Let's move them in. Try to get you first, John.
I heard that. Thanks for this.
Hello, Brian, welcome.
Good morning. How are you today?
Doing well, if possible, if both of our internet connections are stable enough, would you be able to turn your video on for us, please?
Actually, yeah, my apologies. I only see the raise hand function. I'm just seeing if there is a ability to turn my camera on also. Not, I apologize. I'm not sure if the someone is able to give me assistance, but I am up there, joined as a panelist.
Give it a couple more minutes. I'll just-
And there we are. Thank you very much for assistance.
We'll might have to have you turn that off, but we'll give it a shot. The floor is yours and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Brian Zeman, and I'm here on behalf of Dufferin Aggregates, a division of CRH Canada Group, Inc. I'd like to thank council for the opportunity to delegate, and Kevin Mitchell from Dufferin sends his regrets for not being able to be here today. Dufferin Aggregate owns and operates the Aberfoyle Pit 2, which is located on Victoria Road, located just south of County Road 34, and Aberfoyle Pit number 1, located on Brock Road, just north of the 401. These two pits are essentially operated as one, since Pit 2 is the feeder pit for Pit 1, as Pit 2 does not permit processing, and Pit 1 is essentially depleted of aggregate reserves. When Dufferin Aggregates purchased Aberfoyle Pit number 2, they inherited a development agreement between the township and the original owner that was dated March 5th, 1980. Clause 4 from this agreement limits operations at Dufferin's Pit number 2 from May 1st to November 15th. Dufferin is here today to ask council for permission to extend the operation of the Aberfoyle Pit number 2 until Friday, December 16th. I apologize, in my original delegation request to council, it was noted until the end of the year, and I have since confirmed that the request is to extend this permission up until December 16th and not until the end of the year. Dufferin is making this request to allow them the ability to continue to transport aggregate from their Pit 2 operation to their Pit 1 operation for the following reasons. One is to allow for processing of the material, since Pit 2 does not permit processing, and Pit number 1 is the processing facility for this operation. Second is to create inventory at Pit 1 so they can continue to supply material over the winter and the spring, since Pit number 2 is not permitted to start operations until May 1st. Providing additional inventory in Pit 1 will also allow Dufferin to maintain local employment at operations within this operation. In recognition of this request, please note that Pit 1 can't be used to create this inventory since aggregate reserves are essentially depleted at this pit, and Dufferin could not start creating surplus inventory at Pit 1 earlier since they have limited room on site to store material. Now that a lot of their inventory has been used this fall to supply local infrastructure projects, they now have room to create the new inventory for space to store product for winter and early spring shipping. Without such an extension to the development agreement, Dufferin would essentially have 1 week left to create as much inventory as possible in Pit 1. This would result in a significant increase in trucks per hour traveling on the approved haul route between Pit 1 and Pit 2. With this extension, Dufferin would then instead spread this truck traffic over the month to reduce the amount of overall trucks per day. In the past, Township Council has granted Dufferin a similar extension, and Dufferin is hopeful that Dufferin or Council will consider an extension once again this year. Dufferin understands that truck traffic can be a concern in the community and feels it works well with Township Council and Township staff to address the concern if a concern is raised. And again, they would continue that relationship if this extension is granted. On behalf of Dufferin, I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to delegate. And if any members of council have any questions, I'd be pleased to address those. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for taking time today to delegate. I'll open up to council. Councilor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming. I had a question about the extension being requested. Is it? Are you looking for an extension for just the shipping part, the trucks traveling beyond this November 15th date, or is it for both extraction and the trucking part?
Through your worship, it would be a combination of both, because just for the ship, there would be extraction taking place on site for the just to essentially load and ship the trucks to allow the material to be. I could confirm, but I don't believe that much material has been stockpiled at the existing pit, and I think extraction would be part of that extension also.
Okay, so I guess for me, if it was shipping only, I don't really have any concerns other than making sure that the residents in the area are notified. But if it is in fact for both extraction and the shipping, I think we talked about the same request last year. And I remember there being a brief discussion about whether this request would need to be made every year, or whether there should just be an amendment made to the license or the permit. And I remember, if I remember correctly, the discussion was that we would prefer that you come back every year, so that if there was any neighborhood concerns that would arise, that we could address those. And from the questions and answers that were added to our agenda this morning, it seems that there is now some concern from residents regarding low water levels, water monitoring, and just a need for a pause on the extraction in order for the water table to recover. So that's now a new concern that wasn't on the table last year. And I'm just wondering if you can give some insight into how that concern would be addressed, or, can you extract and stockpile enough now that extension can simply be for the shipping?
Yeah, I can clarify, but in light that I'm before council today, I could clarify today that the request would just be for shipping. Obviously, there's some operation there as you need a shipping loader, but the primary request is for the ability to continue to ship beyond November 16th to December 16th. So I can clarify that the request today is just for the shipping portion.
Morning, thank you for coming in. Is it similar to the past 2 years? The operation that you're suggesting, same day since?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
Thank you. And I'm looking to staff, some of the questions that we did have from residents regarding the monitoring and recovery time and stuff. Is it appropriate to just be holding these questions and forwarding them on to maybe Hardin or one of our consultants? Or is it appropriate to be asking delegate questions about monitoring and water? I mean, he's just clarified that it's only for haulage right now.
It'd be fun to ask him now as well. He could look into that and perhaps provide some information that we could have our look at the responses. I could suggest that approach.
Okay, great. So Councillor Goyda was talking about some of the resident concerns that we've had lately since since Dufferin was here last year, putting in this request. So a couple of the questions that we've been asked is regarding the water level. And just for reference, this is also in regards to the, I guess you call it a completed pit, or the pit that's next door that used to be used. And so the question was around recovery time of water. What did he say? Will reducing the recovery time. So if you were to leave the excavation time period as is, I think it's a 6-month period. Is that what we're looking at? Does it affect the water levels? Versus if you were to excavate into that time?
And through your worship, and I apologize, I don't know all the specifics of the water monitoring at the site, but what I would understand is that if the request is just for shipping beyond November 15th this year, that there would be no further extraction, so it would continue to have that recovery time as originally contemplated. And what I could commit to do is, Mr. Mitchell is back next week. What I could commit to do is have a response to council, just in response to where they are at in terms of operations and the results of their water monitoring this year and the recovery time for the water table at the operation in this area.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think that would help answer some of the questions here. So further to that is just sort of who is, like, where the monitoring is happening, what data is available, and where residents would be able to access some of that data. There's also a follow-up.
Thank you, Councillor.
And then my next question was just in terms of the hauling. I know in the past you have informed residents along the route that the extension is going to happen. And I also understand that there's some other like an increased project, let's say, happening with MTO and pit 2 being used as a storage space. So I'm wondering, when you inform the residents of the extended hauling season, can you also let them know about that increased truck traffic that's going to be happening?
Through your worship, yes, Dufferin will maintain his commitment to notify the residents, and related to the infrastructure project related to the 401, I do understand that that project is on track and is scheduled to be complete. The weather has cooperated recently, and that project is scheduled to be completed within the next 2 weeks. So the traffic from that would be diminishing. But we can, what we will do is provide an update to the residents at the same time that we, if the extension is granted by council, we'll provide also information about that, the status of that construction project to the surrounding neighbors.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Maybe I'll take a little bit different tact on this. Understanding, of course, that we don't have any say in what happens in terms of operations inside the license boundary. I absolutely see a distinction between a request to extend the haulage season, which we have a goodwill agreement with the operator about on county and township roads. And I see that's completely separate from the length of the extraction season, which is entirely regulated by the Ministry of Natural Resources. So it isn't even within our purview to regulate the length of the extraction season. We can comment on it, but it is not in our purview to regulate it. So, and I'm sorry, I didn't read the site plan in preparation for this meeting, so I can't answer whether it's allowed extraction year round or not. Perhaps you can to help allay that fear. Are you familiar with the site plan notes to know if extraction is permitted year round?
I'm not familiar with the entirety of the extraction notes, but I do know that Dufferin has the agreement with the municipality and do respect the limitations there from May 1st to November 15th, obviously subject to the extension that they're asking for an extension to shipping here. But they do maintain that, as whether it's listed on the site plan or not, that is something that the operator does respect at the site.
So I appreciate that. And overall, I generally don't have a concern with this other than ensuring notification to the public every time it happens. And I appreciate your providing the background history here in terms of, you know, the need for this material because site 1 is depleted, or site A, I can't remember what we call the site. I think it's site 1, I would call it 1. So I guess I could understand from that these requests to extend the season typically have only been made since site 1 has become depleted. Before that, you didn't need the truck material over to site 1 later in the season because there was still material there. But since site 1 has become depleted, the need is there because there's nothing there to process. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor. I do recall last request for this extension that I believe they asked if they needed to come back every year, and we said we would require that, and this is exactly why. There are some items that do come up. I am in agreement with Councillor Bulmer. We don't have control over the extraction inside the pit. I'd have to go read the site notes and although I do have concerns about the water levels and that's not something we should turn a blind eye to, or probably not a very appropriate
I'm fine with
saying, sorry. But I would like Kevin to come and delegate to us. I would prefer in person when he is available, because the conversations can get, pretty not intense, but there's a lot of detail to go through and it just works better if they're in front of us. The concerns I have with the extension just relate to the road and the mess. We're experiencing a different climate than we did back in the 80s. Back in the 80s, it was more snow. You pushed it off. Now we're getting rain and so then the trucks track more mud out onto the road. Now I'm not saying Dufferin doesn't do a good job of cleaning the roads, but I just don't want it to be that I have to call you every time that the road is messy. And I'm not expecting a perfectly clean road with no debris at all. But there's a happy medium there. Just be attentive to it, because it is an impact on, it's a very, very busy road. It's one of our busiest roads. It has an impact on people's vehicles and the houses and their property and their front lawns. So if Dufferin could take a more proactive approach to cleaning that road, I'd appreciate that. Another reason why I do support it is I know that pit is down to its last maybe 5 to 6 years worth of material in it. And by extending the haulage, it gets us to a point where that pit could be, turned back over to the municipality, or it could be developed into something else. So, and then the impacts of the trucking would not be there any longer because the pit's completed. So we're actually facilitating having less trucks on the road sooner by allowing you to extend your hours of operation. So I believe there's a consensus here that we're going to allow the extension. We would like to see Mr. Mitchell or yourself. We're not taking anything away from your wonderful delegation today. Fantastic job. But we do have some technical questions we'd like to go through it. And I believe this pit, there was some sodium concerns. It was creeping through one of the monitoring stations, was it not? Anyhow.
Right.
Pardon me?
chloride levels in the air, but not necessarily related to the pit operation, but.
Anyways, it'd be
In
good.
the area,
It'd be good to have Mr. Mitchell come in, or whoever's your expert on all those items. And we can see what's going on with the water levels and hopefully get some answers for our local residents in that area. I talked to you. So are we clear?
So
So
thank you.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. So we're comfortable extending into December 15th. We're gonna have Mr. Mitchell come back and discuss. Oh, and are we gonna ask Hardin to review something? I thought. Glenn, did you mention?
Could I speak to that?
Sure, Councilor Paul.
If I could, just maybe we can add a friendly amendment to the motion to have Hardin Environmental address the concerns that were raised as part of his annual review of the monitoring program for the pit. I don't think it needs special attention necessarily, but it certainly needs appropriate attention. And since Hardin Environmental reviews the monitoring for this pit every year, he can ask him to speak to the specific point as part of his annual review.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
No additional cost, but additional information.
More focus.
Yes.
Focus. Do we have a motion to give? I don't know if we actually had a motion. To allow the delegate just delegated.
Yes, we don't have a mover and seconder, but I can read out what I've captured so far, if that's helpful.
That'd be great. Thank you.
The council receives a delegation by Brian Zeman from MHPC on behalf of Dufferin Aggregates regarding the request to extend the hauling season for Aberfoyle Pit number 2. And the council approves the request to extend the hauling season for Aberfoyle Pit number 2 until December 16th, 2022. And the Dufferin Aggregates notify the affected property owners and provide staff a copy of the notice when it is sent. And the council requests that Kevin Mitchell attend a future council meeting to address council's concerns related to the water levels. And the council directs staff to forward the concerns raised to Hardin Environmental to be addressed as part of the annual reporting.
Perfect. Take a move for that, please. Councilor Spillis, seconder, Councilor Bailey. Any further comments? Councilor Boyd?
No.
Councilor Spillis? Councilor Bailey? All right, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for attending today. Appreciate it.
Your worship, thank you, and members of council, thank you very much for consideration of the ask today, and I will pass on the request for Mr. Mitchell, and I'm sure he would be more than happy to come before council to update. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McNee. Come on down.
You got, can I comment?
No.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, may I begin with our group speakers in place? Oh, congratulations, I mean, for your election, re-election. We say that because Mill Creek stewards believe the next 4 years are going to be pretty critical in establishing the provincial municipal relationship. And we think that's shown in the bill that's being proposed under item 6.6 in your agenda, the Building Homes Faster Action Plan for the province. The province is trying to sell this plan as a means of building homes faster and cheaper. And doing this by empowering local municipalities. It doesn't. It doesn't build faster or cheaper, and it doesn't empower municipalities. In fact, this bill is a wolf in a sheepskin, and that's why I have that on the cover. If we start with these innocent-looking sheepskins, the plan supports some good goals. One is eliminating regional planning to allow more local input. 2 is streamlining and reducing the costs of development applications. 3 is as of right additional residential units. 4 is building more homes near transit corridors. 5 is housing targets, helping home buyers. And 6 is improving the Ontario Land Tribunal. They're all credited improvements. But unfortunately, if we look underneath, we see the woes. Number 1, eliminating regional planning. This does allow more local input, but significantly more local municipality costs. At the same time, by stripping input from conservation authorities, the result is no cross-jurisdictional planning. This is a critical aspect of water, land, and environment planning. It's been recognized and instituted decades ago by previous governments, and it has been applauded internationally, especially our conservation authorities. To add insult to injury, this plan requires conservation authorities to define conservation authority land suitable for housing development and removes any barriers to their sale. Number 2 is streamlining and reducing application costs. This does allow for faster application approvals, but is that the problem? The provincial government's own housing task force in the spring of 2022 identified land availability and development applications as non-issues. Maps show that lands are readily available in the areas they're trying to make available for housing. I hope to have the first page of this appendix showing this particular plan that shows the lands that have been used in the last 20 years and the lands still available and approved for development. And it shows that there is at least 30 years of land available in that Greenbelt area around Markham and Stouffville and Richmond Hill without taking any more land out of the Greenbelt. Clearly plenty left for the next 30 years. As well, those proposed lands are farther from infrastructure and would cost municipalities significantly more to develop. On the other hand, development costs play a critical role in generating the municipal revenue necessary for essential housing infrastructure development, especially when it's extended development. The province offers no offsets in this bill to cover your costs and losses in revenue, while at the same time downsizing conservation authorities and regional governments, further increasing local municipalities' administration costs. And Glenn would recognize this well, the local municipalities. Number 3 was as of right ARUs, the additional residential units. This is a true sheet. This is a good part of the bill, but unnecessary because municipalities like Bush Lynch have already implemented this and recognized it in all but name. So it's already there. Number 4 was building near transit corridors. Again, a true sheet, but very small compared to the roles that was built. Number 5 was housing targets and assisting home buyers. Does help home buyers through attainable housing targets and development fee exemptions, but it leaves large loopholes in who can buy attainable housing and especially resell it. While the fee exemptions again include no provincial offsets, once again leaving the tax base of local municipalities to bear the costs. Number 6 and the final was improving the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal, And Councillor Bowman has mentioned this before when we talked about it. It does sound positive. But in this case, it's limited to eliminating third party, i.e. community groups like ours, from appealing any official plan or zoning bylaw amendments, while still permitting industry to appeal. This is at the same time as the province has removed regional planning and the right of appeal from those regional governments and from the conservation authorities. Sadly, the province already has specific targets for these wolves. Number one is pitting those wolves against two Greenland agreements covering the Golden Horseshoe. The province seeks to reverse both agreements. In the case of these agreements, the means for amendments already exist. It's just criteria that protect critical aspects of the broader community need to be met first. The province claims these criteria that protect the environment, natural features, and farmland are too slow. But slower is not slow. And slower is the way that democracy, government by the people, works to balance risk to the broader community. They're pitting wolves against the Greenbelt itself, where the province is seeking to remove large swaths of protected land while promising to offset it with land elsewhere. No belt can do its job if it's chewed in pieces, especially the Greenbelt, when the offset lands are distant, less than presented, and being recycled because most of them were trumpeted months ago and had nothing to do with this bill. As stated previously, these lands are not even needed. And the province was very clear prior to the election and promising that no land would be removed from the Greenbelt. It's pitting its wolves against two specific higher tier municipalities around us, Hamilton and Kitchener-Waterloo, where land planning, OPs, official plans guided by referendums, met provincial targets, but they ran counter to provincial wishes. In this case, the province promises lower tier municipalities the power to ignore the higher tier plan. One of the most significant problems resulting from this bill, as we mentioned before, is the elimination of this cross-jurisdictional planning associated with regional governments and conservation authorities. Pitting its wolves against wetlands, farmland, and natural heritage features is our special bugaboo from Mill Creek Stewards. The province has supplied little wolf detail in its action plan, except in the case of wetlands, through its proposed changes to the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System. These changes are a preview of what we can expect with respect to all other areas of planning. And this is what we have in our appendix. The core of this proposal is reducing bureaucracy and its costs by eliminating provincial oversight. I refer you to our appendix, where original text is in black and removed or added text is blue. You'll see that most of the text is removed. It's crossed out blue text with very little additional blue text. In other words, it's just taking detail out. This reduction doesn't empower municipalities. It's a crass means of cutting provincial costs, downloading those costs on municipalities, and minimizing the effectiveness of land planning, all while appearing to substitute municipal oversight, i.e. empowerment. Municipalities will either face significant additional planning staff costs or face approving by default all applications for development. Specifically for the wetlands, the province proposes to almost totally eradicate ministry input. Unfortunately, as a replacement, it offers you one option. Subjective evaluations done without the benefit of objective informed frameworks on page 1, significantly reduced detail, including references, page 2 and 3, potentially done by unskilled workers supervised at a distance, done without the benefit of conservation authority or ministry expertise, and considered complete just when it's presented to the appropriate planner, regardless of comprehensiveness, page 4. This is not municipal empowerment, just a means to chaos, and a chaos that disempowers municipalities in every case where municipalities and provinces might disagree. Finally, in finishing our review, we must comment on the cynical use throughout this bill of the offset concept. This concept sounds innocent, but in effect, it eliminates any protection local municipalities may still have hoped to extend to their water sources, farmlands, wetlands, natural heritage features, species habitats, and greenlands. The worst aspect is the offset fund, which allows developers to not even substitute, but simply pay for destruction. When that destruction engenders millions of dollars, paying thousands of dollars is no block. Bill 23 is not municipal empowerment, but nuclear disempowerment. Not building houses faster or cheaper, and having catastrophic effects on our environment, especially our Mill Creek, which is why we chose to present it first today. We have no doubt the township staff have prepared a comprehensive review of this plan, but we felt given this action plan's massive and immediate impact, even as far as the provincial policy statement, we required our voice added. We are especially concerned by its plan to deny community groups like ours the right to participate in planning decisions and the right to appeal planning decisions. Please consider a strong response in the short time the province makes available to this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. Great presentation. Appreciate the effort of your group and yourself to put that together for us today. Councilor Goyda.
Wow, thank you. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you for coming in person today. I think, there's a lot that you just brought to the table, but I guess overall, you're right. There's credible goals. But I agree that in each section, there are significant concern or underlying negative consequences and financial impacts. And I think it's all hands on deck to gather the information and put together strong comments based on the information that we have in the short time that we have. And I think you're right on the mark. When you say the next 4 years are critical, and this will definitely be, I foresee a big focus of this entire next year. So thank you very much for.
Councilor Spruce.
Your speech, do you have it available?
Yeah, I certainly can. I have one copy.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, my motion, one of the things I was contemplating after hearing the speech is perhaps that we want to include it as part one of the submissions to the province. So if that's available, it'd be great. The other thing is, the province basically said that this is going to happen. What do you think we can do in the meanwhile, other than voice our concerns, express our concerns, and hope they'll listen to us? Is there anything else you think that we can be doing?
I don't understand, Councilor Spears, the value and weight of submitting our opinions. A similar bill was presented in the first year of the Ford government's first term in office, and they backed down on it. Just last week, they backed down on something that they promised they would not back down on, Bill 28, and using the withstanding clause. So I think the power of our voices can turn this back. And other action other than speaking out and letting the provincial government know, especially municipalities like Bushlands, because this is where it really is focused on, is townships like Bushlands that feel they're kind of not getting fairly treated in terms of regional government planning and that kind of thing. And he's deliberately pitting municipalities like ours against our other municipalities. And I think it's so important that townships like Bushlands step up to the plate and say, no, we recognize that we're part of a family here. And that as a family, yeah, you do have to compromise that, you want to stay up until 12 o'clock at night. Dad says, no, that's just part of what being a group is. You have to give a little in terms of rights and accept some of the responsibilities. So just by speaking up, if there's one thing we've learned with the Doug Ford government, he is very, very responsive to public opinion. And he makes very, very quick decisions, which he very quickly will back down from. I mean, it's so clear this bill is not well thought out. And so I think we really just have to speak out.
Great. Thank you very much for giving us food for thought.
Councilor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. I really appreciate what you brought today. If we can try to incorporate some of that, I do think that's a great idea for our comments. I mean, you being here today speaks to, one of the points I really highlighted too was the major concern around removing any public input and any third-party appeal rights. I mean, we really value a lot of the work your group does, and to not have some of that is would be a loss to West Lynch and to others, so, and that ties in to one of the concerns here. So I just appreciate you coming today, and I hope you use your comments.
Can I add one, just that you kind of brought up there, and that is this idea that we think it's working for us when it's not. I heard on Thursday a union representative, a union leader saying, we never expected this to happen to us when we supported the Conservatives in the last election. And you look back and you say, why did you not? The general principles were all there. No, he wasn't anti-union, but he had already shown he was going after autistic children, senior people, just showing a lack of regard for people in general. Why would you not expect to be next? And his comment was, well, who's going to be next now? Support us. And I say now, yes, local municipalities have to recognize that they may get a little empowerment out of this, but the next step down the road, and even Aggregate mentioned this in their magazines, we don't trust the government that is actually supporting us because they're unreliable. So there is no reliability in.
Councilor Mulder?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Interesting, I didn't hear you comment on the proposed change. Currently, after a municipality invests a great deal of time, effort, and money into preparing an official plan, there was a proposal that, you couldn't have an official plan amendment within the first 2 years. And one of the proposals under Bill 23 is to exempt aggregate applications from that 2-year official plan freeze. Is that not a concern of your group as well?
I guess as the Mill Creek stewards, we see that as small potatoes compared to the total elimination of protection for all of the things we care about and that we see as longer term. We're not against aggregate pits or extensions to seasons for pits. They're small. But when you take away any local municipality's potential protection for farmland, wetland, greenland, just species, when you look at page 3 and 4 there and the total wipe of species protection, you just kind of go, what were they thinking when they put this bill on the table? And so, no, to be honest, our group says, a pit here and there is small potatoes. This bill is serious, right? Because it is nuclear in its potential effects.
Well, I'm very impressed at how much your group was able to pull together as quickly as they did. I have trouble getting my head around all the details of all of the proposed amendments to all the different acts. I remember when the previous Liberal government came in, the county planning staff called the policy tsunami when there were 2 or 3 acts being amended or introduced all at once. And when you see the list here, it's more than 2 or 3. I think it's over 10 or almost 15 acts are being amended all at once. So I was really pleased you picked up on a couple of things, especially with regard to conservation authorities and the value that regional planning provides. I think I heard you mention one of the concerns regarding conservation authorities not being able to provide consulting services even to municipalities after this. And I think that if I heard you correctly, you're identifying that as a potential cost because we'd each have to have our own consultants or hire our own consultants to do the work that's now being done on our behalf by conservation authorities. That was your concern then?
That certainly is a concern. That not only are they not allowed, is that not part of the requirement, but they're actually tagged from providing input.
Right.
They're actually told you cannot provide input, even on a basis like I'm doing here today.
Right.
To local municipalities. And again, we just kind of go, where is this coming from? But yes, if a municipality is going to do an adequate job in approving plans for development, whether housing or aggregate or whatever, then they will have to hire more staff to be able to do that.
And the other piece, the other side of that is the regional planning thing. I'm not sure if you're aware, but at one time, Westland did have its own official plan. This was something that a lot of lower tiers, when planning first came in, they had their own and had to maintain them, update them, hire their own consultants or hire their own planners. There was a time I think council even had a planner. And we mentioned our neighbors losing the opportunity or upper tier planning authority. Did you speak to anybody in places like Woolwich or Woolwich or Wilmot and how it might impact them when now they're gonna have to take on that role of updating, managing, enforcing, defending their official plans as well as their local zoning bylaws? Did you speak to them about potential costs they're gonna face as a result of that when you're preparing your comments, or is this just estimating, kind of seeing it through the crystal ball?
You mean in the last 48 hours?
Oh, it's actually, oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, this has come on so fast.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, yes, we've certainly put the feelers out, but as Greg can tell you, getting back to all the emails he gets and that holds for all the other CEOs around here. It's just not possible. It's going to come together. It has to come together.
Right.
But as I say, the risk is that local municipalities will look at this and see the sheet and say, this is good for us. And in the short time it's made available, and our provincial government is not stupid. They have shortened timelines on everything. If you look at EROs, some of the EROs that are difficult to decide on have been shortened down to a month. Whereas others offer 5-6 months in terms of comment period. And in a case like this, they're presenting, as I say, a wolf in sheep's clothing and saying you've got a week to get back to us. Knowing that doesn't allow time for people to look underneath. So as I say, I'm sure the other townships will, on digging deeper, realize the potential happenings here. But we have not had feedback from them.
Well, thank you for that. That's, and I'm sure those, as you said, the potential is to expand it to other jurisdictions, and I think we've certainly benefited over the years. As you know, with the county having that planning authority, that's a shared cost across the entire county, as opposed to each municipality duplicating that service and cost. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very welcome. Thank you, John. Wow, a lot of information. Thank you so again. I managed to put it together. I have an idea. So this removal of lands from the green belt. In fact, I just tried to search it up here to get the mapping. Back page of that appendix. It's this big. It's approximately, looks like 15 locations. So however many municipalities that may be 10, 14, I don't know. But they must be a partner in this, right? Let me finish. Yeah. So when they proposed the Greenbelt expansion in the past, I flipped this idea out there just to spur of thought, but because it was going to encompass Pussy. So we were taking on more Greenbelt, reducing the limited potential we have to grow. So that's a subsidy to these other municipalities because they get the growth now, right? They get the Greenbelt removed. I feel that we should send a formal letter to each one of these benefacting municipalities in opposition, so they shouldn't be supporting this bill on multiple components, everything that you've mentioned. I mean, we can't use it for verbatim, but and also the fact of, by them removing Greenbelt from their lands and being supportive of it, you're penalizing a municipality they may not even know the name of because they're not looking past their borders. It's not fair to the rest of us. We are a union. I would feel this council specifically would never support anything that would be a detriment to a neighbor, regardless of how far away that neighbor is in the province. Right? So,
and globally, this is not a new idea, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we all know COPS is meeting in Egypt right now.
Exactly.
One of the things that was added to the agenda was that nations that have been affected adversely by the developing world, liberally sprinkling carbon into the environment, need to be recompensed. And this is the situation you're talking about, is that Portland is taking on this cost that other municipalities are profiting from. So yes, it's negative in that sense. And that is where the wolf comes through. Yes, the sheep is that Richmondville and Stouffville can profit from expansion. The sad part is when they look under the sheepskin, not even they are profiting. Because they say, I could not get a copy of this map, but it so clearly shows how much land around Richmond, Stouffville, Markham, and that is already available for development. And it's not land that's the problem. It was pointed out that it's a resource shortage that's actually causing the problem in housing, because just like Puslinch, the size of the average house that's been built now in Ontario is over twice the size that it was. This 20 years, it's gone from 1,600 to almost 4,000 square feet. So the resources to build one house now could have built two houses 20 years ago on the same land. And so it's that resource that's short, and it's why we're looking at aggregate being so, massively needed or supposedly massively needed. It's really mixed up, and as I say, they're creating a chaos that creates an appearance for the land. So yes, I think it's a great idea.
So you're gonna submit your comments, obviously, right?
Yeah.
At a minimum, I'll ask council to consider just mentioning Mr. McNee's comments in ours, referencing them so that I have concerns about endorsing your report and taking it as one of ours and submitting it. It's a great report and there's a lot of value there. But I personally would rather council steer the government to say, go look at this submission. There's a lot of value in it, but we'll have that discussion later. I feel that maybe you should send that to the AMO president. I wrote down here, call AMO president. And I'll highlight, all the concerns that you mentioned and draw attention to that report. I have no idea if they're having a meeting prior to the deadline or not, but maybe if somebody gets that in their hands, they'll maybe call a special meeting if need be or a good submission. And on this, one concern I have with, and it's the Conservation Authority's designating lands for sale. That bothers me. Because I'm not 100% certain the people that donate the land to the University of Guelph, I should stop pointing that.
That's coming.
That donated that land to the University of Guelph had a vision of giant aggregate operation for 40+ years. Some of these lands that GRCA owns in Whistling, they were farms and they were donated. And I would rather err on the side of saying they donated it so that it would be a naturalized area forever, not. Now, we're in a different position. We don't have services, so I'm hoping there isn't as much opportunity for CAs to sell the property and get it developed, but it could be sold, put a house on it and then not enjoyed by the general public. And that would maybe not be the intent of the donor. So this is fancy to say, oh, look, the Conservation Authority is the second largest landowner in Ontario, but they got that land from hardworking people that maybe didn't want it to be developed. So that one was concerning for me, but that's the end of my comments. We're gonna hash this out, for lack of better terms. Again, thank you for all the work you do. It's amazing what you can put together so quickly, and we value your opinions. And
I just add strength of the permanency is so critical, whether it's the green belt or the conservation authority. It's that permanency from generation to generation. So land speculators aren't planning on using the land if something. It's just so critical. And thank you.
All right. Thank you. The resolution. Oh, Mr. CA.
John, will we be getting a copy of your presentation? Like, I know we've got the appendix that you attached here that you.
I will, Council Stephens ask for that, and I will make sure that you get a copy of that.
Okay, thank you.
The council receives a delegation by John McNee regarding consent item 6.6 Ontario's proposed building homes faster action plan for information.
And move for that. Council Willis, second by Council Ballmer, all in favor? Carried. Shall put some consent items till later, right? We're on to finance 9.2.1. Is that correct? This white box. No. Is Mary going to present that? Speak to it.
Hello, council. Sorry, I just have my daughter at home sick, so you might hear her in the background.
Never a worry.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
So 9.2.1 is the pre-audit planning letter that's prepared annually by our auditors. Our auditors for 2022 fiscal year-end audit is RLB. And basically the purpose of the letter is to explain the process that RLB will be undertaking to perform the audit. And it is very similar to previous years. planning letters. And we're actually currently in the process of gathering all of the information required as part of our audit. I know Morella, Michelle, and Sarah are working extensively at that. And that's all I have for council. I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Sand. Would you read the resolution, please?
That the pre-audit planning letter prepared by RLB be received by council for information.
And move for that, please. Councilor Goida, second by Councilor Spools. Any questions, or comments? Anything from this side of the table? Right, all in favor? Carried. And you're on 9.2.2, Mrs. Sand.
So this is just our second quarter financial report, just a quarterly report provided to council based on our budgets and actuals for our operating budget. I'd welcome any questions from council. I know I received some detailed questions that we provided responses to that are included in the agenda package, but I'd welcome any additional questions if there are any.
Thank you. Ms. Whitefish, read that resolution, please.
The report FIN 2022-023 entitled Second Quarter Financial Report for 2022 be received.
Who's moving for that, please? Councilor Bailey, second by Councilor Palmer. Any questions? Councilor Goida?
No.
Spools?
Yes, this is almost the end of the year and we're getting the second quarter results. I realize it's election year, there's a lot of things happening this year. Is it possible to get these more timely in the future so that there's an opportunity to react to whatever the trends seem to be?
Yes, Councilor Sapoulis, I do apologize. It has been a really busy year with the election, and we're also working on the budget system implementation. And we will work towards trying to get it on a more timely basis. I know we're also working on the third quarter financial report right now, so we're hoping to have it at an upcoming council meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Bailey?
No, my questions were answered in the responses. Thank you.
Councilor Palmer?
Nothing, thank you.
All in favor? Carried. All right. I believe Councilor Palmer declared a pecuniary on this one.
That's what I heard.
All with love, Councilor Palmer, it's all with love, trust me. All right, Ms. Whitefish, do you want to read the resolution? Officially have it on the table?
Yeah. That report ADM 2022-063 entitled Procedural Bylaw, final draft be received.
Thank you. Can we move it to that, please, from the side? Councilor Goida, second by Councilor Spools. All right, who wants to take the charge on this one? Ms. Whitefish or Mr. CEO?
Certainly. So we have prepared a final draft based on the comments that we went through, council went through together at the last meeting on October 19th. So there is a chart included in the report that references the action or inaction that council directed staff for each of the 70 comments that were received. So we've made those changes in the bylaw that's being presented to council today, and we have just some additional comments that were made on this final draft. And so we're looking to incorporate those prior to adopting the bylaw today. So I do have, Councilor Balmer has shared some thoughts, and there was a correction as well that was noted with listing Mill Creek stewards twice in our committee. So that's will be corrected. I have the comments available for screen share, Mr. Chair, if you'd like,
Yes,
and
please.
to go through together. If someone on our Zoom can let me know if you're seeing that Word document all right.
We can see it.
But we can't.
Sorry, we are. Let's see.
Maybe that's a sign.
Yes. Okay, I get it.
Hold on. Oh. If someone on our Zoom can tell me if you're still seeing it.
We can still see it, Courtney.
It's working. So we have it visible on the screen, Councillor Gomer. I'm not sure if you'd like to go through or the best way to go through some of the comments together.
I can, let me give a high level on each.
That'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Just the first one relates to items 1.1H and 1.3, talking about suspension of rules. 1.1H talks about a majority of council can change any of the rules. 1.3 talks about it takes 2/3 majority to change any rules of order. They appear to be in conflict, but I think the intent is that one is speaking specifically to rules of order, even though rules of order also could be considered as any part of the bylaw. And I thought it might be just clearer if we define what the writer means by what the rules of order are. Add a definition for the rules of order and then clarify, combine these two clauses that apparently conflict into one clause. And I think I've included a suggested combination so that nothing is lost from either. All we're doing is combining the two into one, so you read them both in the same place, and we add a definition of what is meant by rules of order that require a 2/3 vote as opposed to a simple majority to change. Does that make sense?
So, do you have comments on that? I mean, I think the plan is, or the hope is
Yeah,
to
the suggested wording there.
adopt this today. I'm wondering, yeah.
And is the proposed wording there too, madam? Sure.
It is Councillor Gomer,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can you read that so that, or do we need it read? Because everybody,
What's
yeah.
the?
I can't remember. I didn't memorize the proposed wording.
I hope it's get this adopted.
Yeah, this doesn't change any direction. None of these change direction. Am I gonna read them out?
No, sorry, Councillor Gomer, I'm just looking at if in your latest comments, if the proposed wording was included.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, the one I sent. Okay.
So.
Or is that the long worded one that you're showing on the screen? The original.
So it's in your email.
The rules of order being used.
Yeah, I sent a fresh one to Courtney last night.
Yes, this is the new one, Councillor Gomer, that I have, so I'm just looking. So I have under suspension of rules. Any part or parts of this bylaw may be suspended if agreed upon by a majority of the members present, with the exception of the following circumstances.
Right.
A, where the part or parts are prescribed by statute or law. B, in any contract or agreement binding the township. C, amending this bylaw. D, requirements for quorum. E, rules of order which require a 2/3 vote of those council or committee members present.
That's it.
Yeah.
And that's the combined wording, so it's all in one spot.
Any questions? I'll pause you there. So I'll go to Councillor Boyd. I think
I don't really, so then sorry, 1.1 section H would come out again all together and be replaced by this 1.3. Is that the intent?
Yeah. So that also, it'd be under the heading. It's also in one heading where rules are changed under one heading as opposed to splitting into two places in the bylaw.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Councillor Spills. I'm with that. Councillor Bailey.
Okay, there's no wording. You've made a definition.
I didn't make a definition. I didn't.
You used definition.
I know, I don't know what definition to use. I hope staff could help with that either. Maybe the simplest one I could think of is rules of order relate to anything that has to do with the, motions, like the definition and the process relating to motions. That's the rules of business or rules of order that I think of, that we don't want to change with anything other than a 2/3 motion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so nowhere in there do we define rules of order.
That's right, it's not there now.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, without giving an example, maybe. Or such as, or. I don't know how you can do that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was looking for staff to maybe define what they meant by rules of order when they put the term in the bylaw. So
So,
Robert's Rules of Order?
right, I think there was some discussion about it relating to Robert's Rules of Order.
Yes.
So we can make that clarification and add a definition just describing them clearly.
Perfect.
Mhm.
That's fine, and I trust staff to come up with an appropriate definition for that.
And the reality is, we can amend this later.
Exactly.
There's-
Jeez.
When I'm gone, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, God, it'll be so
Yeah.
fast.
So we can certainly update the heading 1.3 suspension of the rules with the revised wording. We can include a definition of rules of order that will refer back to Robert's Rules of Order.
Perfect.
You wanna, your next item, Mr. Bowman?
Item 2, I believe, was just a simple wording thing. They talk, the word, I don't want to get this backwards, I think the word acting mayor is defined, but the word alternate mayor is used in one of the clauses. And I wasn't sure if staff deliberately used a different word, or if it should both be, if they meant acting. Or I'll forget which, it's written down there.
Yeah, so staff can make that change. It should be acting mayor. I think the terms are being used interchangeably.
Exactly.
But they mean the same thing.
The third one. Sorry, Mr. Chair, through you.
Yeah, go, no. Go ahead.
I can't remember the third one was.
Cancellation or postponement of meetings.
Oh, yes, this one, the way it was structured suggests that. The posting of the notice on the door of the township office is a way to cancel a meeting. As opposed to, it's a way to notify that a meeting has been canceled, so I just suggested some improved wording that. If a meeting is canceled pursuant to the bylaw, which the two clauses that preceded. This is what the clerk will do, or their designate will do, to notify people that the meeting has been canceled, as opposed to suggesting. Posting a notice is a way to cancel a meeting.
Need any clarity? Sorry.
Just reading.
I didn't find too much for it. Problems with the original word.
It makes sense?
It makes sense. I understand where you're going, so it's fine.
Because the way it was originally worded suggests that the clerk can cancel a meeting simply by posting a notice at the door,
Yeah.
and that isn't the intent. Right? You have to see the context, in the context of the bylaw.
You know, I read this notice of the cancellations.
Yeah.
That's-
And the last one on the list there. I think the intent was to suggest that they had both of these things had become a delegation, or materials had to be provided by noon the business day before the meeting. But they referenced the Tuesday before. Noon on the Tuesday prior to the meeting, so if the meeting is held on a Wednesday, that's the day before. If the meeting is held on a Tuesday, that's a week before. And if the meeting is held on a Monday, that's 6 days before. By referencing the Tuesday rather than the previous business day. And I don't know if that was the intent, but I think I'd be comfortable with it being noon the day before. Business day before.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I had actually pulled that out as one of my notes. And instead I used, I think we referenced 22 hours ahead of the start of the meeting. So you could just use a time like.
But if what meetings on a Monday, we want it Sunday, staff aren't in on Sunday.
I have, yeah. This is for the written delegations as well as.
Yes.
I actually feel like the written delegation should be submitted earlier than 22 hours before a meeting. And I'll just say why. I think it says to give the public time to submit their delegation. Well, that's great, but we need time to read it. And I find giving it so soon before a meeting doesn't give us ample opportunity to read it. So I was gonna propose it should be submitted the Monday by 10 a.m. So that gives 48 hours for us to read a written delegation and be able to respond and read it and ask questions, you know. I didn't know what council's appetite was on that.
I wanted Friday. So then you have the whole weekend, but I thought we discussed this maybe internally. Is there some component that we have to leave it open until, you know, that long before, or that short before the meeting? Because I'm of the same opinion. And then we also have all of a sudden 30 people delegate from, for whatever reason, at the 9th hour, the 11th hour. And it just messes up our whole meeting that we've had planned for almost a week. So for me personally, I'd like to see it as close to when the agenda comes up.
Well, you have a prime example of John McNee walked into this presentation. Is there a concern with that?
Not today, no.
No, so, I'm looking at somebody walking in, with something, looking at time and walking in, speaking, and they're gonna speak for 10 minutes, and we got, we can hear what you're saying, we can respond to what you're saying.
We also tidied up the fact that if it's duplication of information, then, so it might alleviate my concern a little bit on this, so. I hear what you're saying.
For me, it was more the written delegation, so I like, and John didn't submit a written delegation. And maybe he didn't have time to compile it, but I would love to have read it.
Me too.
You know, Monday morning or Monday night, you know, and then I would have had some good questions for him. It just might have made a richer conversation.
I can see what you're saying, but at the same time, a delegate, books of time, they probably want the weekend to compose their thoughts and everything put it down on paper. So I'm giving it the benefit of the delegate, as opposed to the benefit of council.
Yeah. And maybe it's, you know, doesn't happen very often.
Mr. Bummer?
Well, I'm with Councilor Secoulis on this one. As much as I appreciate the opportunity to be prepared, we're not being asked to make a decision typically on a delegation. And it's not intended to be a conversation. It's intended for us to receive information. And I can receive information. I mean, just being notified that they're coming is sufficient for me. And sometimes I'm going to be unprepared, and that's just that's part of the job. You know, that's okay.
Okay.
So just to summarize, what I think staff is hearing is if this is just revised to the noon on business day prior to the council committee meeting.
Yep,
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
one other that just came to light as we're having our meeting today. There's a part of the procedural bylaw that requires all members to vote verbally. And we haven't yet voted verbally today. So,
Yeah, we've been doing it by short.
yeah, so perhaps if staff could just amend that to be verbally or show of hands as appropriate. To allow that flexibility, because it certainly was on Zoom, it was verbally, but today and then I'll go into the sense.
That's it.
I know.
He's smiling, I think he's lying.
Just holding back.
Took 21 years. He beats up on me at the county, I'm just saying. He makes jokes about me too. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Glenn.
So I just had a question, and maybe it's a clarification question. Item number 63 talks about nominating and electing. I'm sorry, I don't have the wording in front of me. And I didn't know if, I wasn't clear on what nominating means. Can you self-nominate, or does someone have to nominate you? Or does the person needs to be nominated in writing ahead of time? I guess I was just looking for clarification on what we're nominating.
You want to speak to it?
So sorry, Councillor Bailey, this is section 5.3 external committees. This is the,
Item, well, it was item 63.
Item 63, our 5 point
Standing
standing
committees.
committees.
Yeah. Which says council shall at the beginning of each new term of council nominate and elect.
so, through you, Mr. Chair, what has been done in the past, I believe, is that, it's been circulated to council to select or to put their interest for each committee, in writing for staff. So if there's a member of council that would like to sit on a number of different committees, and then that intention's made clear, in a report for council to take a look at.
Okay.
And then through the interest that council has, shared, then council will be looking to nominate and appoint a member to each of those committees.
Okay, thank you. I guess because I didn't go through that process, I was clear on that. So that's fine. Thanks.
All right, so let's complete some matters. So back to you. You have some more? No, sweat points, some more. You-
Don't believe so. I'm just gonna here to try to share the screen.
What sections? So it just dawned on me, in the new procedural bylaw, there's a component where it states that we shouldn't or shall not use electronic devices. And when the delegation was speaking, I was looking up the mapping on my electronic device to look at those municipalities and how many would be affected. So I don't even know what the penalty would be if, not that we want to break the rules, but I think there should be a component that we're allowed to use our device.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I believe it speaks about the audience.
That there's a section for attendees, and that's why I was just asking. the
Yeah,
clerk
and
to make-
then for members of council, we're not supposed to communicate using our
Is that what
electronic
it is?
devices to each
Okay.
other, so you want to Google.
Well,
it.
I just wanted to make sure,
Yeah.
it just dawned on me, and I remember there was a component of it, and I thought, well, should be allowed to use my electronic.
It's to do with communicating
Okay.
with you, with somebody else, the public, or with each other.
Yeah. So that all communication is public.
I didn't remember the clause, I just want to make sure, since this should be the last. Okay, so you don't have anything further that you want to bring up?
No staff has made note of the correction for, like you said, the duplication for Mill Creek. And then I have direction on the items that were discussed today, so those will be incorporated in the bylaw before it's executed.
Okay, I'll just go around the table one more time, just to make sure, we haven't go over anything, so Councilor Coyle, do you have any concerns? No, I'm good, thanks. Okay. Councilor Bailey?
Good.
Mr. Palmer?
Thank you, that's fine.
All right, so we have a resolution, so that's.
That report ADM 2022-063 entitled Procedural Bylaw Final Draft be received, and the council approved the procedural bylaw as amended and give 3 readings to bylaw 2022-046 as amended, being a bylaw to establish the procedure for meetings of council and committees and to repeal bylaw number 59-08 as amended.
Thank you. Can I get a note of that, please? Councilor Spoulis, second by Councilor Goida. All in favor? It works out. Well, I'm sure you're happy to have that completed. That's good.
Other comments related to something?
Sure.
I just wanted to suggest that now that the bylaw is adopted, and there is some changes specifically to the delegation section. The public may not necessarily be aware, should they wish to delegate in the future, what those new rules might be. And so I was wondering if we could specifically make those changes known on the delegation request form when someone goes online to request a delegation. Specifically, I think the ones that are big changes for the public to know are the part about not repeating the same matter as other delegates. That no more than 2 people can delegate as part of the one delegation, and the rule about not being permitted to speak on behalf of somebody else without their consent. I know online when you go to do a delegation request, there's kind of like, yes, there's check marks, even just maybe like, I acknowledge that I have read these things, check, or something. Just so that we aren't faced with having to reiterate that every time an allegation comes.
Very nice, thank you. All right. 9.3.2. Correct. You want to read the resolution?
Certainly, that report ADM 2022-064 entitled Budget Process and Service Level Review be received for information.
Move for that, so we discuss it. Mr. School, seconded by Councilor Whaley. So I believe when in our discussions, we're going to go to 212, page 212, and go line by line. So, oh, sorry, Mr. Steven.
MTO, do you have the time to from wondering if maybe just because this report's gonna take some time and if MTO is waiting, perhaps we could just let them do their presentation.
Hold on, autopilot.
Just a thought.
Just take a brief. So. Procedure, we just kind of move for that.
We have a bit of a group that's coming, so we just.
We just take a 5-minute break.
Do we need to defer that? Is there a second? We just.
Yep.
So we moved that, seconded that budget report 9.32, so technically we need to defer it. So we do the MTO, so just looking for friendly amendment to defer. Councilor Small, second by Councilor Jordan, all in favor? That's good. Okay, and then we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Coffee again, let's close the coffee.
Welcome back from our short recess. Ms. Whitebucks, you have a resolution for us?
Not to resume. But I have noted it in the minutes that we're back at 11:42.
Excellent. All right, who is presenting to us today?
Hello, I wonder, can you all hear me okay?
Hear you well, Peter, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Peter Bamforth. I'm a manager of engineering and alternative delivery team within WSP. I'm here to present to you on the Highway 6 mid-block interchange project. Is somebody able to share the presentation, or would you like me to do that?
I believe Ms. Whitebox is just about to share it.
Okay, I see that now. Oh, I see half of it.
Sorry about that. We're almost there.
She has to work with 2 different screens, so it's there we go.
Okay, so I am joined today as well by other members of the project team from MTO. They can introduce themselves if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Sarah.
Good morning, all. Sarah Jewell from the MTO, project engineer on this.
I believe Olga's with us.
Yeah, I'm Olga. I'm also from the MTO, and I'm also project manager on this.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I was saying, so thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present to you on the Highway 6 Hanlon mid-block interchange design and build project. If you could just flick down a bit so we could see the agenda. So what I'd like to present to you today is some information on the project and its delivery, the progress to date, and how we plan to proceed in the future. And as you can see from the agenda there, some information on the team, a key plan of the project, its content, how it fits in with the overall project as well, proposals, some of the contents of the project as well, where we are and how we're going to proceed through construction. If you go to the next slide, please. So this is an organization chart showing the structure of the project team. And as you can see on there, We've identified the township of Puslinch, a very important stakeholder for us, and MTO as the owner, the project promoter for this particular project. This is a design build project, so MTO are directly contracted with Dufferin Construction for the design and build of the project, and we, WSP, are providing the design contracted directly to Dufferin for this particular design build. Our team on the left-hand side of the screen there is a number of different specialists, engineering specialists, design specialists for the various components of the project. And then just to the right of them, you can see our environmental team. So the environmental aspects of these projects are very important as well. And Dufferin on the right-hand side of the screen there, they have corresponding specialists that deal with the construction aspects of this particular project. Please feel free if you want to ask any questions as we go through this this presentation. So we'll go on to the next slide. So the limits of the project itself are indicated here on the dashed dotted line. As you can see, it covers a section of Highway 6 from just south of County Road 34 to just north of the Maltby Concession Road 4 intersection. Concession 7 on the east side as well. And you can see from this diagram that the new interchange is shown there together with the connection roads. There is a couple of other fairly minor components just outside of this area as well. One to the south, just adjacent to the Highway 401, which is a CCTV camera. And then coming from the north, there will be a VMS sign, a variable message sign, providing information to users of Highway 6, just to the north of that dashed line as well. The next slide, please. The way that we have approached this particular project, we're doing it in the design in two parts. So the project limits indicated again on this slide in the dashed purple line, and the early works, as we're terming them, is the blue area coloured on the diagram here. Our approach to this project was determined with the objective of starting work as soon as we possibly could in the field, in the construction work by that. I mean, but obviously to get to that point, we have to go through certain stages of design, approvals, as well as completing the environmental assessment process as well. So we took out a number of the if you like, some of the potential delays to starting on construction and split the project by these early works and what we're referring to as the remaining works. And I'll talk later on about how we're actually planning on delivering the project stage by stage as well during the construction phase as well. Next slide, please. So the project itself is part and parcel of the much wider Highway 6 401 improvements Hamilton to Guelph. Phase 1 was completed in 2020, which was Concession Road 7 Bridge. What we're doing now here and what we're presenting to you is Phase 2, which is the mid-block interchange. And further parts of the overall project will follow later on. But in terms of our project, it's Phase 2, it's the mid-block interchange. The content of the project include the new interchange on the Hanlon Expressway, works to improve and upgrade Concession 7, and the removal of the Wellington 34 signalized intersection, and we will be constructing a new bridge over the Hanlon at this particular location. As I mentioned, we'll be reconstructing Concession Road 7 between 34 and up to Maltby. We'll be closing that current intersection at Maltby and Concession Road 4 with Highway 6. At the intersection of Wellington Road 34 and Concession Road 7, we'll be constructing a new roundabout. There will be certain overhead sign structures, which would be typical of expressways, as you're probably familiar with, traffic signals and partial illumination at certain points. We have 2 emergency accesses. We'll be maintaining the existing intersection at Maltby, but only for emergency access, and there'll be another one retained to the south of 34 as well. We're looking to include drainage improvements. Relocation of utilities is a significant component of this project, and I'll just touch on those in a second. The foundation engineering, not only for the bridges, but also for the embankments and cuttings, pavement works, and ATMS, which, as I just referred to previously, includes the variable message sign and CCTV cameras. So next slide, please. So as I was saying, utilities is a big part of the project. Obviously, we have to relocate existing utilities where they may be in conflict with the new infrastructure. Some of the key ones we have are along concession 7 and Wellington Road 34, including the Hydro One transmission running on the west side of concession 7, the Hydro One distribution on the east side of concession 7, as well as on 34 as well. There's also an Enbridge gas main on concession 7, and some of the if I could term them, some of the more minor utilities which tend to piggyback on the back of Hydro One. So we've been coordinating with the utilities since the onset of the project earlier on this year to develop their help them to develop their relocation strategies and ensure that they're moving outside the work, so there is no further conflict. The next slide, please. So the EA process, so the actual EA was approved over some time back, but we have to complete that process. And the way that we do that is through the publication of design and construction reports. And as I was discussing earlier, the way that we've approached this project is to have it's into 2 separate parts. We will therefore have 2 separate design and construction reports, one to deal with the early works and one to deal with the remaining works. The DCRs, as we know them, discuss the study process, the consultation, the project design, environmental effects and associated mitigations, basically how we're going to meet the conditions of any previous approvals and address the constraints as well. The first DCR for the early works has been published. It was located on the website. There was notification letters issued, as well as publications in the various newspapers, etc. It was available for public comment for 30 days. That was completed around about the 21st of October. It's currently now under a second review period from MECP, which is expected to be completed on the 19th of November. And we also have a project website and the DCR and other documentation, and information is available on there as well. If we move on, please. So just in terms of some of the consultation that we've undertaken, we published a notice of study update in April of this year, which in essence notified everybody of the commencement of this detailed design build project. We notified when the DCR number 1 was issued in September, and we will plan to issue a similar notice for the DCR2, which is currently scheduled to be published in spring next year. There was also further publications in the media as listed there. And as I discussed, our project website is continually being updated to inform everybody of the progress of the project, as well as including documentation relevant to it. And the project team, we have set up an email so that the members of the public and whoever can contact us directly through that particular email address. So we are currently in the second column here. We have, as I've said, we've published DCR number 1. We are looking to get environmental clearance for that after the consultation period and subject to some other issues that need to be addressed. And we're then looking to start the early works construction as soon as we possibly can after that, which is going to be the winter 2022-2023. Next spring, we'll be publishing the DCR number 2, and then we'll get environmental clearance in summer/fall of next year for the remaining works, which will allow the contractor, when they're ready to do those, to continue with all the remainder of the project. So in terms of the construction schedule, this is a plan again representing the early works, which we are currently looking to commence and part of the DCR number 1 process. And we want to commence those ideally this year, though we still have a couple of hurdles to clear before we're able to do that. And those works will then continue into 2024. On the next slide. The next phase of the works will be the works on Concession Road 7. The utility relocations will have taken place ahead of the construction work starting on this, and there may well be an overlap with the first phase as well. But these works are scheduled for, generally speaking, in 2024. And the completion of the works would be Wellington Road 34. And this, just to remind you, is the removal of that signalised intersection there, construction of approach embankment and a new bridge over Highway 6. And these works would be undertaken in 2025, though, given the opportunity, we would start some of the preparation works in 2024. So obviously, to complete these works, we have to create a safe workspace, which will impact existing traffic movements. When we place the girders on the bridge at the new interchange, we'll have to close Highway 6. Now, this will be limited to 2 nighttime closures as a maximum. And whilst the Highway 6 is closed, traffic will be diverted along 34 up Rock Road and along Maltby and back onto Highway 6. In the second phase, I've just described Concession Road 7. We would look to close Concession Road 7. The works there are fairly significant, though we would provide access to the properties along that particular route. But the diversion route would be fairly straightforward along 34. Or at the north end straight onto 6, bypassing that section of Concession Road 7. And then much later on in 2025, when we have to construct the bridge over 34 and place the girders again, we have to close the road there. So this would be over a wider geographical area that we obviously can't allow traffic to leave Highway 401 and head north on Highway 6 at this particular time. Again, it'll be limited to 2 maximum nighttime closures. So we would have to divert traffic wishing to use Highway 6 off the 401 to the west and to the east. And they on the approach to Highway 6 would use the new connection road and the new interchange and the refurbished and reconstructed Concession Road 7 to gain access onto Highway 6. And again, so this will be a longer term detour for the closure of County Road 34 for the construction of the approach embankments and bridges. And again, they would be utilising the new infrastructure on Concession Road 7 and the connection road over the interchange. So that concludes the presentation. Just you'll found that helpful in terms of how we are, the progress we've made to date and how we are planning to deliver the project moving ahead. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Peter. Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming today, and providing the overview and the schedule for this phase of the project. It's definitely exciting to see this work underway, and to have a clear plan as to when this work is all being undertaken. So thank you for doing that. I did have a question, which is maybe irrelevant now, but in this slide deck, and you just talked about it, is two separate closures that need to take place on the Hanlon. And you said they're just 2 nighttime closures, so that's much less than I was expecting it to be. But I am still curious, you have the detour routes going. You're pushing traffic through Brock Road and Wellington Road 34, and I'm just curious whether concession 7 was considered as a detour route instead, just to avoid sort of pushing more traffic through an already kind of congested area.
Yeah, as you're saying, the proposed detour route is 34 and Brock Road and back along Maltby. At that particular point in time, concession road 7 will not have been upgraded. It's not, if I put it this way, it's not to the same standard as the existing routes or the proposed routes. They are nighttime closures, and obviously we have to be mindful of creating unnecessary congestion as well as any safety issues. But with them being short-term operations, we do have an opportunity to consider paid duty police officers to help move the traffic, etc. That I think in terms of the use of concession 7, that would likely create more safety concerns than it would address.
Thank you. That makes sense. And again, like you said, 2 nighttime closures, in my mind, I was thinking it was weeks on end or something. So that's and then the second thing is, although I realize and I understand that you're here today to go over the details of the mid-block portion of this project, which again, we're tremendously happy to see moving forward. But I am wondering shamelessly if there's anyone on this project team, maybe someone from the MTO, who can help us advocate and push for getting the work going on the rest of the project. And I'm asking this because I'm concerned about the phased approach, and that if this phase needs to be fully complete before the next phase begin, it's going to take many, many, many years to get the full project done. And we're just learning in the past couple of weeks about the province's plan to build more homes quickly, which means we need this full infrastructure now more than ever. So I know I'm grasping, but is there anything that this team can do or help us, suggest to us to help push those other phases forward?
I can say that we don't need to complete this phase before other phases start. So hopefully that alleviates some of the concern. We are working on continuing all necessary field work and design in order to complete the 6 and 401 improvements project. This may not thrill you, but we are reviewing opportunities for the next phases. And once there have been confirmed, we will be announcing timelines in detail.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor Spose?
Yes, you have full funding in place for this section of project, but you describe this now.
Yes, we have funding for mid-block.
Okay, and does piggybacking on what Councilor Gordon was asking, do you have provisional funding in the out years for the remainder of the project?
We have not at the moment secured funding for the entirety of the rest of the project.
In terms of detailed construction, there's some homes that are going to be very much impacted because they're very close to the construction. Are they being notified separately, even though they're not perhaps on the mailing list?
The properties, which ones will you be specifically referring to?
There's one. There's one on Wellington Road 34, just immediately west of the access road up north. Then along 34, there's just east of the Hanlon on both sides of the road. And on concession 7, there's numerous, I think there's a farm, 2 farms if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So there is a mailing list that's compiled and maintained, and updates provided directly to those to a number of different people. Sarah maybe could correct me, but I believe that is developed during the preliminary design stage and then added to and maintained during this detailed design phase. I do know that there are a number of the properties that you are referring to there are on the mailing list. If there's any specific concern, we could confirm whether those other properties are on that list as well.
Right, and the last question is to do with the detailed construction. You mentioned the only nighttime work would be installation of the girders across the Hanlon. In terms of day-to-day construction, is it typically going to be 7 to 4, 5 days a week?
Sorry, I can't answer that question at the moment. We can take that away and get an answer for you on that.
Because if it's going to be evenings, and we should have our community aware of that. If there's going to be any nighttime work or late evening work, I'm concerned from the point of view of noise and vibration. I was going to ask about vibration. I don't know what sort of piles you're going to put in there for your foundations, whether it's going to be pre-board piles or footings and whatever the case may be. And in case of its piling operations, I would think we would want to make the local residents aware of the piling operations happening so that our township offices doesn't get inundated with all the calls from residents being concerned.
Yeah, I totally understand the point you're making, and yes, there is the piling proposed at the 2 bridge locations. You know, as I say, I don't know if without reference back to other documentation, the limitations on the timing of those operations, but I certainly can find out and let you know.
Would that be included as part of your design construction number 2 report, the timing and all that, or is it strictly going to be drawings and plans?
The timing is usually typically developed during the preliminary design stage and then defined in this detailed design stage as to the requirements, and there will be limits on that set and criteria that we have to maintain. So as I say, I apologize, I can't answer or give you a more fulsome answer on that. It's something I'd have to look into.
Appreciate it. We can get back to our township with the answers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
Thank you. Thank you. I just have 2 questions. One, in regards to the detour routes, I'm also happy to hear it's only 2-night closure for each of those. But what sort of notification process do you have to let the residents know about that?
We have a construction consultation plan in place for that. There will also be advance notices at some strategic locations to advise of those closures.
Okay, so just in the form of signage or?
It will take a number of different forms in terms of the existing outlets that we currently have including the website and also physical signs as well.
Okay, okay. And then my second question is just in terms of the digital sign that you mentioned. I think you said it was north of Maltby on the Hanlon. What's the intent of that sign?
It's to inform drivers of traffic conditions. So if you imagine you're traveling southbound on Highway 6, once you've passed that mid-block interchange, you're onto the 401. So basically, it provides drivers heading southbound on information so they can make choices on which routes they would wish to take.
Okay, so how is that information put on there? Like, is it real time? Is someone putting up information in terms of time to Trafalgar Road or time?
I don't believe it covers time of particular journeys. It will be through the MTO Compass system, where they monitor traffic conditions. For example, through the use of the CCTV cameras that were discussed as well, to give opportunities, as I said, for motorists to make choices.
Okay, so then my question to MTO is, are there different sign options that we could have a discussion about to most benefit the community, or?
Yeah, we will gather a bit more information on what we're expecting to display on this sign and then share that with you.
I think it's good to have information on the sign, but I don't want it pushing traffic through our, local community. So I guess we need to decide what the intent of the signage is for.
Completely understand. Yep.
Thank you.
Councilor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just have one question regarding the proposed detour routes for the 2 nighttime closures for putting the spans on the mid-block interchange. You mentioned that they would be Maltby Road to Brock and back 34 onto the Hanlon. Only 2 nights. And I guess my question is, if we look at Maltby Road, that's largely residential. It's a narrow rural road. Even if they went westbound or eastbound, it's not really a truck route now. But one stop north on the Hanlon, we have a proper complete interchange on Laird Road, Laird and Clare. Why was that interchange not considered as a point to divert traffic off of the Hanlon over to Brock, down to 34, and the alternate, along 34 north onto Brock and back out of the Hanlon at that interchange, and pass the traffic through the commercial and industrial park in Guelph as opposed to the residential area on Maltby Road?
Yeah, that's. We certainly can revisit that option. I'm not certain whether it would remove a lot of the concerns that you've just listed on the use of Maltby Road. It maybe just transfers them. Plus the fact you've got to consider the longer length in terms of vehicle traffic on what is not the expressway, to put it that way.
Understood. I'm just pointing out that Brock Road and 34 and Clare Road are all arterial roads built and designed for truck traffic and commercial traffic, and that interchange is in an industrial park and it's all commercial use there. So it's a 4-lane road compared to Maltby, which is only a 2-lane rural road. So I was just suggesting, I'd certainly like to see that considered as an alternative to what you're proposing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Palmer. I will correct you.
Oh,
Maltby Road is identified as a truck route,
yes.
so it is up to standard. I understand what you're trying to accomplish. However, I think behavioral aspects of people will dictate that they will not even realize that they have to turn off at Clare. But I do appreciate it. I'm going to actually expand on it. So I have some points about the detours as well, Peter. So the one detour, it's to send them across 34 to Aberfoyle and north on Brock. Would it be more advantageous to sign that the Hanlon is closed for those girder installations at exit 299 and send them north on Brock, which is 4 lanes, and then just continue up to Maltby, or in conjunction of use both? So maybe some of the traffic gets off at 299 and comes to the Hanlon across the proposed detour, because
yes, sorry to interrupt, but that's exactly what we're planning on doing. And part of that is that you don't want a significant backup on the Hanlon as they're moving off that particular route and onto the detour. So yes, we would advise motorists that are ahead of that, and they can have an opportunity to take an alternative route.
Well, our only fire station is located on the
Yes.
detour. If there's a major traffic backlog, we have some concerns. I've made a note here that your one detour, it's for when concession 7 has been reconstructed. I believe it was for the berms to be built or something. It's just says reason for detour, construction of Langston Road 34. So they would have to come across 34 up the newly reconstructed 7. Looks like across the bridge, down the connector road and across. But you mentioned that that was a longer term detour. How long will that be in place?
That would likely be 2025. So it would be as soon as we can start construction in 2025. And however long it takes to complete that, which we are anticipating to be a good part of that construction year. So probably fall of 2025. So from the beginning of the year. Sorry.
So approximately a year that detour will be in place.
It would be just less than that.
Is this typical length for a project of this magnitude? I just drive to Toronto once in a while, and it seems like they can widen that 401 in a matter of a week. It seems. So I'm just curious, with the funding in place, what are the largest challenges that make this project, you know, a 5-year type project versus being able to be completed in maybe 2 construction seasons?
In terms of the actual overall duration, obviously there's a design component, as I was describing, which you don't see activity on the ground during that. So, but every construction project is different, and typically, or quite often, you'll find that construction projects that are in a fairly confined or constrained geographical area are maybe the most difficult to construct and most timely, because you don't have a large area that you can open up in one go and construct. You know, for example, if we were going to construct the interchange and County Road 34 at the same time, there'd be nowhere to put the traffic. It would be diverted, way north, and there would be unrealistic detours associated with those. But again, part and parcel of the project is the utility relocations. And those utility relocations, again, have to be designed, planned, and implemented before the main construction work can commence. As I was saying, on concession 7, there is not only an Enbridge gas main, but there's also the Hydro One aerials as well that need to be relocated. And those works cannot be undertaken together because it's for safety reasons, 2 different contractors undertaking in the same place, and they'd just be on top of each other. And then along comes the Dufferin to actually build the works as well. So there are certain constraints that will open up pieces of the project as utilities are completed, and even some of the environmental aspects, the certain permits and the like, are obtained as well. And at the same time, we can provide detour routes that provide a safe working environment for the construction guys, but also for the road users as well.
Okay, thank you for that, Peter. And finally, there's mentioned that concession 4 will be closed at Maltby after completion of this construction. Who has the authority to alter that decision? So I don't know if you're aware or not, this interchange is being built in the middle of lands that were identified as employment lands some time ago, quite lengthy time ago. And some of the lands could benefit from a southbound only entrance on the Hanlon there to have development. And from my understanding, we've already initially been told that no, it's status quo, that concession 4 will be closed. So again, my question is, who has the authority to change that decision? Does it have to be to the minister herself? Or can it be a decision of staff? Where does that land?
I think that's a response for MTO.
Yes, yeah, we have been having some discussions on that, and there are, I think, different concerns on both sides. I would suggest that we would continue those discussions outside of this arena.
Is that a decision though, once the discussions are completed, is able to be determined by staff, or is it? I just curious how far up the food chain we may have to go if this is something council is wanting to endorse.
It would likely have to go quite high up the food chain.
But you're still having those discussions internally, and we'll be discussing with our staff as well, I assume.
Yeah, I was referring to the discussions that we've had with Pest Lunch.
So we received it's my understanding, Mr. CEO, we received an answer once or no? Have we received an answer on that opening will be?
Yes, we've had a few discussions already, and we voiced our request to have that opening considered. They explained that typically that isn't done, and we're still continuing our discussion, so.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you very much. Any further questions from council?
Well, sorry, I have a question, our CEO, with respect to the west access road going up to the crossover over the Hamlin. Has there been any movement on having access from that road into the industrial commercial lands?
We did have a number of discussions with the MTO team about that, and basically, if I recall correctly, the nature of the discussion was, well, for them to make a determination if that access would be provided or not, they need to see a layout of what was being proposed on those lands to determine where the access would be. So since we're not the developers of those land or the owners of those lands, we're not really in a position to come up with a plan of how that would look. So basically, they said is that they aren't ruling out access. If I recall correctly, that's what it ended up as. They're not ruling out access, but they would need to see what the access required would be. Just keep in mind that those approach ramps are going to be elevated.
Yeah.
So to get access to the lands, it would take up more than normal space, right?
I understand that, but the north-south piece is at grade. And it goes, and then it's elevated as it goes across. And I'm talking about north-south piece connecting directly, going further north into the development land.
Yeah, basically, they said they would need to see what the development proposal is and what, and traffic volumes and all that kind of stuff to get it. And it's tough to come up with those estimates for them since we're not the developer.
Okay, so I guess the question for the MTO is, you get what I'm asking is that north-south piece on the west side, is that opportunity still exists in the future to have an access off that road into development lands once we have the once our developer, whoever develops those lands, comes up with a plan?
Yes, we haven't precluded access at all. It's just difficult at this point to say what it would look like without knowing the volume.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you again for your presentation. We really appreciate you coming to Puss Lunch today virtually. We look forward to this project and the impacts it'll have on our community. All right, give a resolution.
Thank you very much.
The council received the Highway 6 Hamlin Expressway mid-block interchange presentation for information.
Okay, move that please. Councilor Breda, seconded by Councilor Schools. All in favor? Carried. Now, I'm gonna go back to our third item. Ready? Oh, sorry. Okay, we have a resolution for 9.3.2.
So that report EDM 2022-064 entitled Budget Process and Service Level Review be received.
Okay, I gotta move that, please. So this sign, Councilor Palmer and Councilor Schools. Is it 064? It says 080. All right, so we're gonna try and do this as smoothly as possible. The first question that, or Mr. CEO, is there anything you want to add before I dive into this?
Sure, but basically, this is something that we do at the beginning of each budget process to try and see if there's any refinements needed to the budget process itself. And based on the feedback we've received, I think council is pretty supportive of the process, a little bit more information here and there, which will incorporate it as the staff through the budget process and provide that to council. So I think that that's fairly straightforward. And then the second part is when we're bringing the budget forward, is there things that you want to see incorporated into it, different projects, different service levels, if you want changes to that, or should we kind of be bring forward as what you're ready, the state of the plan is. Status quo, or is there new things that you'd like to see basically given the budget constraints that we've got? There's the information that we received is the feedback from each member of council that was provided to us. So it's kind of like an overall shopping list that we've received from you. So we just need to get clarification from you as council as a whole as to which items you'd like to see go forward in terms of new services added or changes in services or new projects or things like that. I don't think there was any identification of service levels decreased or projects removed, so that's fairly straightforward. Just if you want to see, service levels increased, projects added, those types of things, that would be great. And we just ask that you focus on ones that collectively as council you really see implementing moving forward. It'll take time for staff to put together the analysis, the costing, incorporate that in. And then take time as well for you to review that. So if it's something that you're more just looking for interest, we can work on that. But the real detail should be on, what you want to see incorporated into the budget that will result in cost changes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions on the CEO before we start? Everybody looks worried. We'll get through this. Sarah, Councilor Bailey?
Well, I guess I'm just curious what thresholds you're looking at, like what would be a budget impacts to qualify for discussion versus.
I'll use a hypothetical. If someone would say that I'd like to see a splash pad built or a type of facility built. We don't have any costing information put together for that. We don't have property available. So before staff would go through the efforts and then the cost and time of putting together, okay, it would cost this much to build, you need this much property, this much operating cost, and then present that to you in a report. And that's going to take some time for staff to do and for council to review. But if it's something that, a member of council is just looking for of interest and the others aren't really interested in pursuing kind of that threshold. So I guess basically a good way to do it is if a council member has suggested a project or a service level, kind of be an advocate amongst your peers to say that I'd really like to see this to go forward for these reasons, other than just for interest.
Perfect. All right. Ready? Here we go. So question one, are there any service levels you would like to see increase? There's a bit of a consensus across the, well, at least two anyways, that some park maintenance in the parks department, if we have such a thing. Pretty much everybody's a jack of all trades in public works, but is there consensus that we need a little higher service? I want to word this carefully, so I'm not trying to speak poorly of any service that we have. I commented on it because we have the soccer fields coming online, we get a wet year, just can't keep up with the grass growing. I see removal of dead trees, so that could be a component of more service level, because if the grass isn't growing that year, then we can remove more dead trees. So I guess looking for consensus from the council, field needs to be a little bit more man hours dedicated to parks, which I guess would equate to possibly upstaffing. Is that?
It could, yes.
Right. So that's that component, and I'll just maybe start there first. So let's go ahead.
I guess I have not spent enough time in the parks department to really understand the need. I would maybe refer to those who are using the parks often, I think if there's a shortfall in grass cutting and weeding, then maybe I can support that. But I guess when we talk about the new soccer field, we haven't had a season yet proceed with the soccer field up and running, so I don't know what the ramifications of that are gonna have.
Maybe I'll ask, so. Personally, I feel the staff are doing a great job, but it's the detail component that they don't have the people power to do. So, an example I would say is, you know, weeding all the gardens, doing all the trimming that's necessary. That stuff takes time. It's not quite as visible because it's not just like mowing the field. But maybe I'll ask Mr. Fowler, this was brought up by myself and whatever his comments on if you have plenty of capacity for any service level increase or not, or do you have needs in that department? And any concerns with other facilities coming on board, i.e. the soccer field in the back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, the two individuals that are considered the Parks Department are at full capacity as far as resources in just getting grass cut within a 5-day work period. For the attention to detail that's been indicated would require probably an additional 2 staff resources to accomplish this on a 5-day work period. This would also fall in conjunction with the addition of probably another mower and supporting equipment that could also be utilized to cut down grass cutting time, to enhance whether it be weeding of beds, mulching, the odd dead tree removal, incidences like that.
And there's a recommend, or it's mentioned here by one of the counselors about snow removal. This Councilor, I'm interpreting that as plowing.
Yes.
Right. Any individuals that would be added or utilized for what you just spoke of, would they be able to be utilized on the winter control side of the municipal needs? Or are these summer students, I guess is what I'm getting.
The preference would be that the individuals, if identified to be added, would be put into a role that they would be Parks and Recreation throughout the spring, summer, fall, and also winter control in the winter.
Okay, so Mr. CAO, if this council were to want to entertain the idea of maybe I'll call service level increase of some summer maintenance in the winter, you would just, all we're telling you is staff to come back and show us the impacts on the budget at a later time, correct? Correct. So I'd like to see that. Maybe our resident garden gnome could speak to, again, I don't want to appear as though I'm beating up on any staff or person or group in the corporation. I feel we've come a long way in the last 4 years in looking after our township and, you know, the improvements, the signage, it's all good. I'm just always looking, you know, it's not a bad thing to look for a bit more and a little more attention to detail. I think our people, our residents appreciate it, and I want to support the staff, so that's why I'm having this conversation. So can Councillor Bailey maybe speak to garden gnomes if you don't know, or the volunteers that go around and pick weeds.
Are you going around the table or?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, I guess my concern is that we're facing a big budget increase, and right now my inclination is to stay where we are until we get through this year, because this is a really bad year in terms of COLA clauses and everything. And sure, I agree, there's room for improvement, but right now I think we got to tighten our belt and go with what we have.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, we're gonna leave it up to staff to maybe report back on what the different options are, but I did have a question about, instead of bringing on a new staff person, whether there's opportunity for just sort of a contract type position where it's a lower cost, you know, so my example was the Millennium Garden, having a contractor just come in and do big major spring cleanup and then be done with it, and then relying on volunteers to come in for that example. So I guess when staff can come back with different options, it could be a sliding scale of what's the cheapest, you know, way to manage this and what's top of the line, is something I would be looking for. Just getting back to Councillor Goyda's, an example I've seen where, you know, Mr. Fowler was talking about a detail, but something like the ball diamond fences have this plastic cover at the top. I mean, it's fine, it's functional, it's falling apart. So a detail would be having that extra staff person to recognize that, oh, that needs replacing. It's not a big job, but it's just something that's, you know, would bring us up a little level when we have visitors coming into the community, playing in our ball diamonds. I mean, that's really recognized as not looking great. So these are things, like Mayor Seeley's saying, it's just, everything's fine, it's great. Let's maybe just bringing it up a little notch, especially when we have visitors, you know, coming into the community. So that was when I put in parks maintenance, it was same thing. It was, we're doing okay. But we've got PCC upgrades coming in. There's gonna be curbs that need, you know, trimming around. There's new signage going in the community. We need to trim around these signs. We need to up the level if we want to maintain these items.
It's a good point. Mr. Fowler, do you have any comment on the upgrades that are going to be completed at PCC? Will they have, thank you, Councilor Bailey, because I never thought of that. Will they have an impact on staff, or do you feel that you can be absorbed into your current staffing levels or situation?
At this time, it would be difficult to gauge the exact workload increase with the new parks master plan coming online. I would assume that with more soft landscaping, benches, pathways, things like that, there will be an added increase in maintenance. Currently, the individuals who are cutting the PCC require some help from our facility operators time to time to keep up with that property. So any increase in infrastructure or service level, I mean, it's the old saying, you can't get blood from a stone. So we currently are at max as far as providing the service level you see today.
Councilor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the insight that Councilor Bailey and Councilor Goyda have raised about regarding the, you know, we've got some big changes coming to these lands, and I also understand the interest in, you know, let's do as best as we can in terms of if you see something broken, let's fix it, whether it's the fence or trimming the grass. But I think Councilor Spoulis is right on the mark here. This is going to be a tough year, and with the changes coming to the land, to the grounds here, I'm just concerned that if at this point in the process, especially as well, in the budget process, this is not the right time to be discussing adding staff. I think once the renovations are made, the new soccer field is in, I think that's, staff will likely see the need for additional staff. And that's when we can address it. These are the things you want to see addressed. I'd also think a lot of, in terms of the timing of the process, these are, I'm also concerned, this time of year is the time we're discussing that kind of a change. I think the policy we put in place suggested that somewhere around June was the time to be reviewing and discussing service levels, so staff would have time to work on those into that process. And I understand it's an election year, and maybe that didn't happen this year. So I'd rather put that off. I think this is the time that, as Councilor Spoulis said, tighten our belts. We're in for a heck of a ride for this budget process. So I think we should wait and see what staff recommend after all changes.
I'm gonna go one more time to Councilor Goyda, because
I think, like, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like this is a need that is going to be coming.
Yes.
It's maybe just not right now.
Mr. Ballmer.
Oh, sorry.
So I think as much as I can appreciate that there is room for improvement. I think maybe the next budget year is the year to be looking at. One other thing that has just come to my mind as we're talking about this. I seem to remember, and it may have been a few years ago already, but I seem to remember that at some point in time, we had a delegation at Caltech. I believe it was at Fox Run Park, about the idea of, in order to help pollinators and things like that, to perhaps naturalize some of the areas in the park. So I'm just putting it out there that maybe when the time comes for that discussion, maybe there's offsetting action taking place. If we are able to naturalize some areas and not have to maintain them as frequently, maybe some of that can be transferred to other areas. It's just a thought.
Councilor Willis, do you want to speak to your snow removal? Because I was trying to tie the two together, so.
No, my concern is still, it's a year to tighten the belt. I think we just leave it alone for 1 year. Councilor Gordon said, Calvin Bowman also said, let's wait until next year when we know, we have the opportune time to start discussing this in June. We'll have 1 year under our belt. We'll know what's happening at the PCC, and that can be dovetailed into the snow removal.
I respectfully disagree, but it doesn't sound like support. It's my understanding that the growth numbers for Wellington County are going to come in well this year. I have concerns that going forward, that's not going to be the case with the rising interest rates, and even though the provincial government, we're going to talk about a bill 23 to build all these homes. I'm not optimistic that these homes are going to transpire into real homes. So I'm fine with leaving it, but I feel like we're already judging that we're going to be in a bad spot when we don't have any information. And my thought was, it's not a lot of work for staff to figure out what a little increase in that service level would have costed, but it's not possible here. So I think we'll have to let it go. I don't think we need to have votes on each and every one of these. Do we?
Not each and every one, no, just tell us which service level you want to see. I understand from the discussion, you'd like to see some more effort for parks. What are the options of doing that, right?
They don't even want to see that for next year for this one, but there's a couple other components here.
Are we going around?
Yeah.
I hear what Councillor Sipples is saying. I don't think there's ever a
Yes.
good year.
No,
So
never
like,
a good
to say that it's not going to be a good year, we shouldn't look into something. I think we can look into something. And then later we can decide if it's a good choice or not, but maybe there are grants out there. Maybe there are ways that we can help get some park assistance without hitting taxpayers. Like, we don't know what those options are out there. Maybe we can tap into the pollinators. Maybe we can tap into more, who knows what's out there unless we have staff look into it. So to say no right now means we're just shutting down all our options, when it would be nice to actually look at what our options are.
Well, let's look at it. If we're looking at 2 people, that's $160,000. Okay, that right away is 3 to 4% tax increase. Right off the bat.
Let's start with one. Let's start with the part-time.
Is it?
Right?
Was
Let's
the
see what
need
our
to?
options are.
Need to? I don't even know. But
We don't know what the need is.
Well, we're going.
Councilor Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I think this speaks to what Councilor Goda said, was understanding it may be a necessity, but maybe it isn't a necessity until we have all the development here done. And as part of that process, bringing in there may be a necessity for new staff, and that new staff addresses these existing concerns.
Okay, well,
And that's kind of how I see it. I think I'm
pretty sure the consensus is that they don't want to see anything, but we always have the opportunity to do what we want.
Yeah.
So if also a good budget, we can just revisit it. Is there any other items in the first table that you have concerns with staff looking into through the budget process? Recommendations from the other councillors? Councilor Palmer?
Yeah, I'm not sure, I'm sure I didn't memorize the table, so I can't remember if this one made it on where this made it on the list, but I think it was a suggested a service level increase both the automatic objection to aggregate license applications and site plan amendments. It's just simply staff sending out a letter.
Yes.
Was it in the same table?
2 more questions.
Oh, sorry, I'll wait. I'll speak to that later.
There's nothing for question 2, so we're on question 3. Go ahead.
So, there was at one time the township had a standing practice of issuing a letter of objection to any application, whether it was a certificate of approval for a wastewater treatment plant or a water taking permit or aggregate extraction or site plan amendment. I just wanted to make sure that that process is still in place because we don't meet. We now, especially now, we only meet every 3 weeks, and with the province shortening notification times, I don't think there's a significant cost impact. It's just a standard objection letter that goes out until such time as council can have a chance to review it and have a consultant look at it. But I think it protects the interest of the corporation and the residents that the corporation is on record as officially objecting until they have a chance to look at it.
Mr. CL, you see any concerns with that action?
I think we can just make that an internal process of council. It doesn't really have a budget implication.
I meant more kind of legal component or
No.
procedural component. Mr. Whittaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm good with it.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. What else is in here for studies? Wildlife mitigation. Oh, so. So Councillor Bailey, you want to speak to the what you're meaning by wildlife mitigation?
Yeah, I'll just clarify what I meant by that is, and I'm sure all of us have been in contact by residents, specifically turtles this year. And unfortunately, we don't, often the answer is, oh, we don't have anything in the budget for it. So even if we were to consider any sort of roadside mitigation for a study for something, we can't even act on it because we haven't set aside any money in the budget. So that's where that was sort of going. So for me, it was more budget consideration for any type of wildlife mitigation along our roadways, so just township roads, and maybe setting aside a little money just for the study that might be needed as a starting point. But I do think, Mr. CAO might have something to speak to about that.
Sure. Yes, we did hear a lot about that this year, some of the previous year as well. And I've been having regular discussions with our neighboring municipality, Guelph. They're in the same situation on a number of their roads. And they have obviously more resources in terms of staffing level plus capital dollars for the projects that they have. So what they're doing is they're trying to develop with their expertise, the resources that they have. They're trying to develop a program to do basically just what you were mentioning in terms of what should we be doing on these types of roads when the road's going to be rebuilt. Not saying they're going to go rebuild all the roads right now because turtles are in the area. They've always been there. But if a road is scheduled for reconstruction, what are the various methods that could be implemented to make a design such that it would be beneficial to the wildlife that's in the area? So Guelph is currently working on that, and what they agreed was that they would share that information with me once they had that put together, and then we could incorporate that type of assessment within our project as well. When we do a design for capital roads projects, so basically that would be another box that we tick when a project is identified in our long-term plan to be reconstructed. Is it within the area where there's wetlands, yes or no? And if it is, okay, well then, do we have information on the wildlife in the area, yes or no? If we don't, then here's the amount of money that should be set aside and when a study should be done to determine what's there. So that information is still being compiled. And when it's put together, that's going to be shared with us, and then we can incorporate that into our process so that at least we can get to the point like you're mentioning, because right now we don't have that information, right? So they're going to be coming up with various design operations, and it's going to be based on things that have been successful elsewhere. Let's not reinvent the wheel here and try this and see if it works. Let's find something that works based on different scopes of projects, and then see how that could be implemented within projects that we undertake.
I just wanted to ask you along that line, what sort of maybe staff can be looking at what sort of partnerships we can also be building with some local groups that maybe have already done some other, counts or studies or something to help us reduce the cost in that down the road as well. Because I think it's great to have partnerships and use the volunteers that we do have that are passionate about this.
Any comments on the wildlife mitigation and
I guess like for the budget impact, would there be a budget impact that's coming here, or is it just sort of information sharing for now?
It's basically just information sharing for now. They're working on developing a program and then design considerations, options to bring forward, and then we would incorporate that into capital projects moving forward. So as of right now, no, I don't think there'll be a budget impact.
I'm good with what the CEO said.
did I skip you, Councilor Muller? Sorry.
Yes,
Any comments, Councilor Muller?
yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with this suggested direction with one suggestion. I would propose that whenever this does come forward, that it includes a sort of a minimum number of years out that the road has to be on the plan, so that, so there's an opportunity to save for that project. So, for example, it has to be a project that's at least 3 years on the horizon, so that the appropriate work can be done and monies can be saved to do the work, as opposed to it just shows up the year of. That rushes both the ability to save for it and the ability to put the right answer in place. So the only thing I'd like to see is some kind of lead time, an appropriate lead time.
Yeah, I would think that staff would know what to do, that type of thing. I just heard,
It's similar to what we would do. I just use the example right now that Mr. Fowler does with public works projects, say a large bridge or culvert project is the design is done the year prior because we know that it's scheduled and the capital plan to be done in year X. Well, then the year before is when you work on the design and the approvals and all that to get it ready. So this would just be a step in advance of that as well.
Thank you. Yes, if I could, Mr. Chairman. Sure. The idea was to temper the expectations of the public that these things require time to implement. That it's just like as the other infrastructure takes time to implement.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You need some public relations on this. And I'm sure at the appropriate time when the staff are designing it, they'll come forward and say, we're doing this for this road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I would caution, or I would have concerns with wherever this goes, building it into a policy. I love animals. I get that we want to help them, but you could get into some astronomical costs. So it's all good to look at it. But if it becomes a thou shalt protect every animal, fix the road, ultimately these are roads that we need to drive on. So do what we can, but we might not have the means to protect every kilometer of gravel road that we have through a natural area. But the intent is genuine, and I would definitely look at staff's direction on Mr. Cia.
Sure. What we would be doing is when a project is brought forward to council, say the whole project review has been done, and yes, it's been identified that this is a location where here is something that could be done. It would basically be listed as a provisional item for council. So here's a concern. And if you wanted to do it, here's the different ways that it could be addressed, option A, B, C, here's the approximate costs. Do you want to have this included in the project as we go forward or not? That's what would be happening at the various budget times. So you'd be getting a budget proposal at the time saying that it's going to cost, I'm just picking numbers, $500,000 to build the road. And to do the wildlife protection on this section would cost approximately X for this option.
What else is? So, Councilor Goyda, you mentioned a ambassador, right? Is that a volunteer position, or is this something that would be?
Well, I wasn't really
upstart?
It's not something that I'm necessarily married to. For me, it was sparked by a conversation that we had earlier on about, I think it was when we were talking about the security deposits for the community center here. and just the community sense of pride. And so my mindset behind that was all been kind of in the virtual world for the last couple of years. It's all become a little bit disconnected. It was more a way of having a staff presence here during rental times and trying to bring some of that community pride back. And I thought it could potentially tie into Mayor Sealy. You had mentioned the first question about being able to rent facilities on short term and things like that. But similar to the discussion we just had about increasing grass cutting, I think maybe this is the year, maybe it's. I wouldn't understand.
Just remind that council did approve a position very similar to this, and we're in the process of recruiting and getting that set up to go. Right, so for certain numbers of participation, I forget what the threshold was offhand that we said, we basically did create a position like this that is going to be here. So it won't really create any new additional stuff than what you've already approved. So that position was brought forward and approved by council prior to this, or sorry, after this was submitted. So we kind of have something in place that will address much of this already. So I think if we could just pause this for now to see how that works out, then I think we're good. Because remember, it's a fee that was, or a position that was added, and the fee is charged to the rental as well. So it's not a net cost to the municipality, but it does the things that you identified.
Last I heard, we were having trouble filling that role. Have we?
I know to cover staffing and scheduling, I think we were looking for 2 to 3 people that we could use as a roster to fill, and I think we have a couple already. I don't know our details right.
Okay, is there anything else in question 3 that just too small of the agenda that needs to be addressed? We missed the road cleaning bylaw. Isn't that a work plan item?
Sorry,
Councilor Palmer.
Yes, sir.
Road cleaning bylaw. Is that something that you want to be discussing on the work plan? Did they bring one forward, or how would that have a budget impact?
Well, did I have it on my list?
I think it's you. Did I?
yes.
Oh, no, I'm just perfectly happy to see it put on the work plan.
Okay.
You know, it doesn't have to be there, but we need one. I think I don't know where this came up, must have something before us.
County passed one recently because of the challenge they had. And then there's a couple bylaws that we have that don't mirror the county. And anyways, that's a conversation for another day. Right, question 4. Oh,
What about Council Ballmer's second one there?
Had a second one?
Include the addition of an environmental sustainability application section.
Oh, yes, that goes back to some reports we saw from St. Catharines. Other municipalities include, in addition to financial impact, they have a environmental impact statement. And I don't think that needs to be an immediate change, but I would like to have, I just thought it'd be interesting to have staff. I don't have any notions of what that cost is, so if you're gonna do a service level reviews in June, perhaps this would be something to put on, to see some costing of this. To be in, maybe to put it in, much like the county now has their carbon climate change committee, or climate change lens, they look everything through. That's what I've seen. Other municipalities do that, we might want to adopt it here.
it's asking me to model that.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be for this.
The objection. Okay. All right. You removed your number, question 4. General note regarding service level would be very helpful if council could provide with a high level overview of the services that we provide to have an associate service level objective and possibly, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, you want to speak so I can understand that?
Well, basically a one pager, just, as we've been talking today, if we think of, we passed the service level policy for roads, I think a year ago in July, or maybe it was this past July, I can't remember which year it was. There's a lot of service levels listed in there, some of which are prescribed by the province, some of which are discretionary. And I just thought, you know, a lot of the service levels we have, much like the grass cutting and things you've described earlier, they exist in different places in different people's heads. Wouldn't it be nice to have a one pager that council could look at and compare oh, this is what we're budgeting for, this is what we're achieving. Adjust accordingly. Not a complicated policy document, but pull the things out of that policy document into like a dashboard or a one page that you can see these things. So for the example we just heard, about the fence, if the service level, its fences are maintained in adequate working condition, and you look around and you see fences that aren't, you realize you're not meeting the service level. That's the simplicity of it, just so council has a chance to fulfill their feedback role in determining if the amount they're putting in the budget is sufficient to achieve the goals they've established. Nothing to do this year, but
Mr. CEO, do you want to speak to that at all, or?
I don't see that really as a service level change. It's more of an internal process that we have to check our service levels and if we're achieving them. So leave that with me and I'll see if there's a way that we can incorporate that into a regularly summary or report or something that we can do to address it. Leave that with me.
Is there any potential legislative or policy directions or initiatives that come forward that you are concerned about?
we are now.
Bill 23.
Just
I mean, I think we're all supportive of those that are submitted. Does anybody have any objections? We'll just let staff deal with it. Well, they're gonna get some direction probably on More Homes Act later in the meeting. So is there anything you'd like to see implemented? Councillor Bailey, you can speak to your,
Yeah,
oh, sorry, Councillor Goida has some comment to the first. Councillor Goida.
Oh, I guess the main one that I have here is just the road speed and safety. We are in the process of the road management plan, so for me, it's just putting money or having money set aside in this next budget that we can implement specifically as it relates to traffic and speed and stuff like that. Some of the initiatives that are going to come up with that.
You want to speak to that?
I think implementation of the road management plan. So we should cover that off, I think.
But is there a budget available if the recommendation comes out of our roadmaster? Well, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nice
What
roadmaster.
I don't know what the plan is in terms of what we're gonna do. Right now, we haven't agreed on a road master plan, what we're gonna do. So once we agree, then I think everybody should follow.
Yeah, I think in reality, what we'll be doing is we've received the updated report internally. Now we just received the last couple of days based on the comments that you provided when you reviewed it. We're going to be going through that and it's going to be coming to you as a second draft. Once you're okay with it, it's going to go to the public and then implemented. So I think the reality of the timing of that is whatever the capital costs and operating cost implications that will be for the next budget cycle, right? But as you saw, there are items in there for speed reduction, and speed control and safety issues and all that. So once those are implemented, then we'll do that for the next budget cycle.
clarify, can I just, for clarification, if a resident were to come to us and say, can we put in some of these barriers, or can we do some sort of speed mitigation or traffic calming, we have to say, no, it's not in the budget yet until next year? Is that what I just heard?
It depends on what their specific request is. Because if you recall in the plan, I don't have it here in front of me, but there were various thresholds that were identified and various options. Some options, depending on what the request and what the particulars of the location are, could be achieved fairly cost effectively. So we might be able to, we can't say yes or no across the board, like depending on the specific location. If your council approves the road management plan, and there's a cost-effective option that could be implemented with the existing budget, then yes, we could do something. But if it's going to be a reconstruct or something, then no, that would be a capital implication. So a case-by-case basis, we have to evaluate.
Councilor Palmer? Good. Councillor Spillis, you had a few items here.
Yes, the first item was study, it says refer to 7.1, study consultation problems to look at indicating the area of the township is actively being extracted and trying to come up with a fixed percentage. As a result of this new homes, new homes endeavor, I think we got to look at it a little bit differently, because the gravel pit operation is going to be a subset of what the province is going to do to us. In other words, there's going to be more gravel taken out. And what's going to happen is that where the gravel is being taken out, there's going to be areas of the township that are no longer developable or useful. They're going to be basically lakes. We saw that with the Lansing pit expansion. There was all there's going to be the big lake way up. There's going to be a few homes along the frontage wall. The rest of it is not usable. So I had some discussions with the CEO looking at coming up with an economic strategy, having somebody with economic background to look at what are the financial losses to us with all this continued extraction, loss of the land, loss of opportunity. So I was wondering if the CEO would like to just carry on that discussion.
Sure. There's definitely some long-term and permanent impacts from the development of the aggregate operations that we're not going to be able, these municipalities are not going to be able to overcome, because it's going to be that situation moving forward. Right? Those lands are permanently lost for development. It's different than other types of impacts resulting from the proposed legislation. You know, if you look at it, for example, to build a home, to oversimplify it, but basically you need lumber, you need metal, you need drywall, you need aggregate. Lumber comes from areas that aren't municipally governed, basically comes from crown land. It can be reforested, so it doesn't have a negative impact in perpetuity. Basically, and mining is typically underground, so that doesn't have that impact, but aggregate does. So this municipality and others like us would be having a permanent impact as a result of this policy. So we don't, obviously, we don't have the resources. You know, the delegation that we heard this morning was excellent in some of the points they put forward. Later in the agenda, you're going to be seeing some other items from various specialists in the fields. We don't have the specialists on staff to do this, but I've been thinking what might be a good idea for Councillor Lewis's discussion is, you know, if we could set aside some budget to retain a consultant to actually quantify this so that we can go forward to the province and say, look at, here's the impact of you wanting the growth here has an impact here, kind of what you were speaking to before, Mr. Mayor, and have somebody with some expertise in this area to quantify that for us so that we can take that forward. I think that would be a fantastic idea. I don't know, but if this is something that you're interested in, leave that with us and we can bring something forward during the budget process. Right?
Councillor Gordon,
Excellent.
can you pick weeds?
That's a renewable resource.
Councillor Spillis?
No, I think the our CEO put it very succinctly. I really support. This is something, it's a long-term, and because of this, more homes, it's more of an immediate concern. We got to get ahead of the wave. You know, spending money, but it's something that it's going to benefit us in the long term if we get ahead of the wave.
Councillor Bailey?
The idea would be like a consultant type
Yes.
position, so not bringing, I mean, the county has economic development resources.
Yeah, it's really not economic development. You need an economist to look at the long-term. It's kind of like a Watson type of individual where they have economists and planners on staff where they can do the long-term planning and look at the economic impact of stuff. It's not really trying to draw business to an area or stimulating growth or something like that. It's what are the impacts of this provincial policy decision?
I'm just wondering what other role this person could play, if it's just like a one-time need. And
It's a one-time need. Let's get a specialist to come up with this analysis and provide that to us.
yeah.
Good.
I think on that note, I don't know if this ties in, but we almost need a plan. Like, where do we want to be in 20 years with growth, with resources, with this, and how how are we gonna get there? Like, and how are we gonna make sure?
County's doing that for us right now.
Well,
One official plan.
Under the comprehensive review, which eventually we'll get to the stuff that affects us, but it's a year out.
no, that sounds good.
Councilor Ballmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things, I guess, on this. I think this is bigger than just postage. I think this is something that would be of interest here in Rockwood and Guelph Moss, and perhaps this is like what to do with the aggregate appeals. If this council decides to move ahead with something like this, they should probably request the support of the county. Because this is of a county interest, countywide interest. Because the loss of assessment doesn't just affect postage, it affects the county as a whole. I've often thought that if we could retain the assessment that goes with that gravel. For example, if that gravel is used to create assessment in Mississauga. If that the gravel is 10% of the house that is supporting, we should get 10% of that assessment back here. We wouldn't have a cash problem, then we'd be doing quite well if we could continue to assess that gravel wherever it went. I like that. I really think that this is a bigger issue than just here, especially if we're talking about assessment, since we only are 17% of the tax bill.
I would suggest entertaining still hiring a consultant, because if we go to the county with an ask, as we all know, we need a report, something backing up our position. So we're gonna need some money in the budget for that initial, ask, highlighted to welfare most of the year. And then hopefully we just kind of jumpstart it and then carry it on, is what I would suggest. So, Mr. CEO.
Sure, what I was just gonna say that the same thing is, it would be great if we could get some support from the other municipalities within the county and the county itself. I could raise the issue within our regular CO meetings to see, but that type of stuff does take time. And for them to want to be supportive of it, they're going to want to see, well, what is this and what are the potential impacts? So if we have a basic initial first glance at it kind of thing, that would be something that we could use to say, like, here's the significance of this. We took a quick look at it. This is how it's going to impact us. You're going to have similar impacts. What if we do a joint project and look at this in depth?
I'm certain there's a report out there for, I believe, the Lansing pit expansion and the tax implications for losing the houses that were on there and all the structures. My memory serves me right, it was close to $100,000 per year in combined taxes, county. And that seems high. Anyways, it's out there. I believe Mrs. Sand may still have it. But anyhow, this is stuff we can build on and take a bigger look at it. So it is definitely an impact. So you'll be able to just come back with a more. I don't want the report to be too general, because we don't provide you with enough budget to. And I'm not, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
let's support it enough that it's detailed enough that they some real meat there that the other municipalities can get behind. So I'm just head nods, I think that's.
Okay, next item was actually moving to provide natural gas service to residents. I don't see this as a cost right now. I think the CEO meeting with the natural gas authority, and later on we have a Roma delegation again going after the problem to say, let's get on with it. So I don't see this as a cost item. It's just basically earmarking, saying we got to do that. Work towards removing rail storage tracks at Arkville, or Councilor Goyette calls it side. I'm using my old TTC vernacular. That's where I'm stuck. So I don't see this as a budget item right now. It's our CEO meeting with the Gulf Junction Railway saying, look, we want to move towards this direction in the future. Can you not look at relocating the stuff someplace else within the city as well? The implementation. Sure.
So you're speaking of the old ties they stacked up there?
No, I'm talking about the storage tracks or the shunting across the road as a back and forth that they have to disrupt the community. It's loud, it's noisy. it shuts down the roadway and all that sort of.
They did build another siding at the corner of Dorp and Victoria.
Yeah, I saw that, I don't understand why they can't do this, else, so I see that as a discussion that our CEO will take up with them. Next item, proof, accessibility Pushes Lake, I think we've got that in place, you are looking at dealing with the, talking to McClintock, talking to the Conservation Authority, talking to Cambridge, implementing the master plan, we talked about that. We didn't talk about signage and cameras at LaFoyle and Lake Road, that's something that, our county representatives will look at for us, so.
Over to you.
Council Matthew Palmer,
What was this to do with Lake Road, you said?
it's a county road, see if we can look at getting, speed cameras there and likewise through on Brock Road.
I'll speak to.
Also, November 24th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send you an email. with that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll speak to that. If you want. Give me a moment.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. I can go through my items quickly where it's up to you.
I just want to speak to the roads one, because it's on next. We had our roads committee in that county yesterday, and they proposed significant amount of money in the budget for electronic speed enforcement. It has not been approved yet, but at least there's a placeholder in the budget for it. In the neighborhood of 300 grand. So, and they're contingent on the community safety zone. So Lake Road wouldn't qualify for community safety zone. Or I don't believe it will currently. I also believe there's a push at county level to alter the criteria that designates community safety zone, so we can get more of them in the community, because then we can get more cameras out, but as you're well aware, it's a little bit of a process, so I'm very optimistic that we'll see some electronic speed enforcement in this next term of council, likely in the next 2 years, and then our proposal candidates. Lake Road is up for reconstruction. I don't want to misspeak. It's either next year or the year after, and the new design criteria are to narrow it down. So there's a public information meeting, November 24th. For the Lake Road reconstruction. So,
Mr. Bowman will be there and it's
yeah. And due to the
I'll be there, but I won't be in my new role yet until the next day.
25th.
Okay. So the next few items are sort of moderate statements, and the big one is the finalization of the Phil bylaw. Just like, get into that. I don't know if there's much resource money required on that, or it's already pulled.
It's in progress. We hope to have it to you, shortly.
Okay, so that's it for my list.
All right.
Sorry, for the Phil bylaw, if like in terms of, training, training for staff to know, for all the new regulations and everything like that, could that be a budget implication?
Training of the new provincial regs, you're saying?
Yeah, us training for staff of all the new regulations, yeah. Or is that?
I think we can do that within the budget allocation we have already. Often, who knows, but typically what's happened in the past with the provinces, if they come up with new regs, they offer webinars and workshops for it, and there typically hasn't been cost with those. But if there is something that we're aware of, as of right now, we're not aware of any specific training or cost associated with that. But if there is, we'll bring it forward, and typically we can incorporate that within the budgets that we have. But if not, we'll let you know at time.
I've spoke to you personally about this, but I didn't submit it. Signed by law. It doesn't quite mirror the county, and one example is like a farm stand. At the end of their driveway, if they're on County Route 34, they're permitted to have a farm thing. So I'd like to see our sign by law maybe gone through.
A number of these items that we've identified are here will be coming forward to you in the work plan that's planned for the year.
And I don't want to forget. All right, sorry, Councilor Spillis, did we finish? What are we on? Question 7? So any new projects? Oh. Let's move that one. Councilor Bailey. You want to speak to this, pursue the regional water study as discussed in previous meetings?
No, I think that's already in the works. It's just the coordinated approach. I can't speak.
I think it's already, something we already do, isn't it?
Something that's already in the works. Yeah, but I thought we were.
This is for the one that you're referring to where Stan Dangle is going to come back
Yeah.
with the work plan on deep monitoring wells. and
Oh,
yeah.
they were
that
going to get the other
Thank you.
municipalities involved in that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then trying to get the county. to pay, Yeah.
Have we heard any update on that? Or can we get an update on that?
Yeah, we'll get an update. I'm drawing like.
Yes, that's right. It was across here.
It came-
Moss and Brooklyn.
Yeah, it came out of the Guelph looking for water sources outside their boundaries
Yes.
and it's going to land in likely Guelph or most for us.
Yeah.
And Stan, through discussion, said that he needs more monitoring wells to get a bigger picture of the water in the area. And then the discussion was, well, this is a county. Trying to fill the county.
Bigger than Poston.
Yeah, it's greater than Puss so. And I feel like there was support for it when I'm like, on a high level, when I went up there and discussed it.
I believe you talked to the mayor of Welfare, and he was in favor of it going up to the county.
Yeah.
We may see it in the budget.
So who's that new Councilor Gordon involvement with county's economic development initiatives and creating opportunities to promote?
Yeah, I don't know if either one are really a budget implication. The economic development initiatives, and that was more of, and I know the county has an economic development committee and they do all kinds of initiatives. But to be honest, I just don't know when they are. And I think that it would be helpful to have some kind of representation or reports, like lines of communication with understanding what those initiatives are.
I spoke with an individual, that is vying for the chair of economic development for this next 2 years. And both of them feel that, if both are in the lower portion of the county. And they feel their respective municipalities have very similar characteristics as Puslin. And that, we won't be forgotten. And that was my comment to them. I said, I don't really have time. I hadn't really spoken to you or anything. I said, I just want us to not be forgotten. And I remember an example of us kind of being forgotten was there was a county program for grants for the public schools. And Aberfoyle wasn't included in that until it was Barbara McKay. She was on the Puslin Council and made it up to the county. She had Aberfoyle added to the list. So and I don't think it's malicious or it's just sometimes it just happens. So I mentioned to him, I said, yeah, just make sure you don't forget about us down here in Puslin. I think that's what you're talking about, trying to get a little better communication. And I'm sure Councilor Bono will ensure that happens.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. We were two businesses, local businesses, were recently successful in getting grants from the county under the economic development program. So in Morrison, both those, the new restaurant in Morrison and the new medical clinic. But I think it's a communications issue.
Mr. CL.
One thing I want to have in the coming year as well is I'm trying to meet with the economic development staff and the committee as often as I can, with as often meeting conflicts and scheduling conflicts. But what I'd like to do is get them to come here and give an annual presentation to council or a regular update. Here's the programs are offering, just so that they have more of a local presence. Because people and businesses in this area don't necessarily look to the county, they look to this municipality. So if there's some information here locally, then that might stimulate some more things happening, just to have more of a local presence with their efforts here. Because they're doing a lot of stuff on our behalf, from what we're told. So let's have them come here and present that too.
I know when we were running the restaurant, the county was very actively involved in lots of initiatives to help support that our business and other local businesses. But the only reason I knew about it was because I had that business. But I think think that there's probably a lot of other opportunities that the township itself could, if they were aware of, could help promote as well, but we just don't know that they're even. So that was my rationale for putting it.
We talked, we spoke to.
Yeah, I'm some for where I would discuss the other two. I don't want to pursue this time, given the budget constraints. It doesn't make sense.
More question? You want to speak to your comment for question 8, Councilor Ballmer? Construction of the mid-block interchange makes it possible to consider options other than the satellite fire station to the west.
Oh, yes, I can. I think I addressed this concern. We had the report last committee meeting or last council meeting regarding reconstruction of the administration center. And I just asked that the update included a discussion about why or why not. Or, you know, some discussion about moving the fire hall off of the EDR in terms of the rationale, you know, to not, why they're gonna keep the fire department where they are as opposed to moving it to the mid-block interchange. You know, just the pros and cons of each. So that when this council make the decision regarding the administration center and fire hall, at least it was addressed as part of that process. So I think that's being taken care of.
I guess we don't own the land by the mid-block, but if they want a proposal for something, couldn't we have a proposal for a fire station? So then we could get access. on that road? Just gonna done.
Yeah,
Here's-
so that's the
here's-
thing now.
Here's a proposal, It's a square box, fire engines parked in it. It needs access.
And they put the fill in and do whatever it needs, traffic control, whatever it needs.
So it might actually be worth some thought, Mr. CEO.
Turn the old fire hall into daycare center.
So, anyhow, we could probably leave that.
Yes. Yeah.
Duly noted. Yeah. I'll be gone soon.
He's got a countdown clock.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody does, Matt. We didn't want you to go there. Question 9. Any new, increase for new community partnerships, CAs, county, neighbor municipalities, who's that one from? Let's see.
Get rid of
Really?
the.
CAs are gonna be neutered, yeah. So did you want to speak to your comments, sir?
No, I think I just had it, so some of the examples I had put was things like, if we want to improve, say, trailhead entrances, and I know Councilor Goyda had that on the last question, but it's things like, let's partnership with the local conservation authority or whoever could be the county, you know, just to try to implement some of those. I had an example was partnership for youth programming. So let's do some outreach with community groups and see who's out there that can come and help run programs within the township. So it's things that maybe we can help implement without a lot of cost involved, but it's increasing these partnerships, aggregate partnership, you know, for pit rehabilitation, partnership with any mental health supports, wildlife groups, pollinator groups in here. So it was just reaching out and seeing what other partnerships we can be looking for to help us run our township.
The question we would want is staff to have an understanding, if you're going to bring that forward, is what does partnership mean and help implement? Because it could mean, you know, provide a facility like this for use, or to others that might mean develop a program and run it. So if those are specific programs that council is interested in doing, I think for us to come forward with any meaningful costs in a future budget, you need to tell us exactly what you're looking for. And as to what those parameters may be. Right?
What if, would it be a good opportunity to bring any of those up when the conservation area come and delegate to us about their budgets? So I still want to pursue those parking areas for some of the, if they actually continue to own these passive lands. I think that'd be a great starting point. And that way it's not, I don't want to use the word burden, but you know, not more workload on our staff until we can at least talk to the CAOs or whoever come in and see if there's a palette an appetite sort of for that discussion, even though I mentioned it the last time, I haven't heard anything back from Paul.
We're kind of spinning right now, trying to figure out some other stuff.
Yeah, they're busy. They're a little busy. Are you okay with that, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I think maybe my intention here was to say, if we can reach out to different groups to partner, it should help reduce any budget implications. Like, how can we partner to reduce budget stuff? Or we, to say, oh, we'd love to have a basketball youth program. Well, staff can't, we don't have enough staff, we don't have the budget for it. Well, perfect, let's partner with someone. We'll provide the space, they can come do the programming, and there we go, we've achieved, what we.
So that brings up something. I was approached about our future new tennis courts, and there's I think a community group that wants to have that discussion. So I could see that avenue, because we already have community groups, the Optimist and Family Day and things like that. So we already have partnerships, and but there is opportunity to build on them. Should that be in the wheelhouse of council, Mr. CEO? Like, do we have any plans for the newly constructed state tennis courts, or?
Yeah, we're just working on getting them designed and built at this stage, and then once we get to the operating plans, and then that's something we take a look at for sure. So maybe if you do hear of opportunities for partnerships like that, let us know. Then we could do the investigation and assessment and do analysis of it, and then bring it forward to council for consideration.
Are you good with that, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I think it goes the other way too, though. Like, what incentives can the township be, putting out there to draw these groups to us? Like, what sort of advertising? Hey, we do a good job on social media advertising our facilities, but maybe we could take it a step further and say, here's a fantastic gym. And we can say, not, not being used much during the, evenings or whatever. Do you have a program you'd love to run in our facility? So, maybe we need to do a little bit from our end to draw these groups in. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And maybe
Yes, go ahead.
I think that at least in regard to how it relates to facilities, that would be a really good project for your recreation department.
Good. There you go.
Yeah, I have concerns. Yes, it would be great. And our community centers are quickly changing from community centers to commercial rentals.
Yeah.
And they bring a lot of challenges with, a lot of outside rentals and, wear and tear and maintenance. So great conversation. I don't even know. You're on the right committee. We have to still decide that, but yeah, I think that'd be a great place to start. And then as well as the CAO's recommendation, if we have some of these volunteer groups that want to partner, that we can submit them and we'll deal with them on case by case. Councilor Palmer.
Thank you. I also see what Councilor Bailey's talking about as part of the role of council, but individual councils as well, is understanding both what the municipality's needs are, what the communities wants to do, what their needs are, how the two can be bridged together. And I think this should be part of the council training that we get for members of council understand the processes and how they can be brought together to achieve these goals. This isn't something we should always put on staff. We have a role in the community as well. And I don't want to think that we're always sitting around here just pointing at staff to do something. We have to think of ourselves too. Since a lot of things happened in the past, members of council went out, built something to do something for the community. And I always encourage when I get a phone call from residents, whether it's Turtles or Phragmites or whatever it is, create an organization that you're willing to take on that part that we can partner with. And help them understand the supports that the municipality can provide and can't provide. And in terms of helping educate our community and how they can participate.
It'll be difficult. Well, we have a counselor training sessions scheduled. Mr. CA. I don't know if there's any part of what they're discussing.
So we don't misspeak on what we can do. For educating.
Thank you. Any further questions for that? Question 3? On to question 10. I believe this is Councilor Bailey again, continue a coordinated budget plan with a focus on sustainability services provided.
Just wanted a big picture direction. So continue the coordinated budget that we're doing now. I think this is a good process that we're part of. Sustainability sort of speaks for itself.
Councilor Spillis, you had a comment in there as well?
Yes, fair tax increase for our residents and businesses. This year is a really bad year. Really would like us to really tighten our belts up to give something that's reasonable to our residents. To me, a 7% tax rate or 5% tax rate increase is not.
Question. Given the current situation, what would your target increase be in terms of percentage? Well, you have the comments there, so I don't, if you want to. Well, anyways, Councilor Goyda.
Yeah, I mean, when I wrote the comment here, I mean, we do have a policy in place, which we haven't. I mean, I think Councilor Palmer actually has written here that we haven't been close to the full budget cycle yet. And I did write that, you know, let's start at CPI and we can add everything from there. Having said that, I don't know necessarily that I was under the impression that CPI was going to come in at 8% or something like that. So, I mean, that's definitely not in the wheelhouse. So it's difficult to put an exact number percentage wise to it, but to me, that would be starting. And then we have to think about what the councilors and board said.
Yeah, I was looking at a 3%, or I can go higher as long as a blended rate of the county is around 3%. That's sort of mine. I can be convinced to go higher if that's what it takes. But right now, in the absence of any numbers, that's what my thoughts are.
Councilor Bailey.
I mean, I think we have this policy now in place, and so I think we need to kind of start from there, but I don't know what those numbers are going to look like. Like if you're looking at 7 or 8%, that's really fine.
Councilor Palmer.
What is that idea of maybe looking at rolling 5-year averages? I don't know. Certainly would help out today, but no, I'm not in a position to. I will deal with this. This is the next council. Going to put my oar in the water on this one here. Thank you.
I would, I prefer to look at the budget as staff can look and see what the costs increase are for gas, diesel, they make projections. Because if we don't cover those costs, it's service reduction somehow. So to me, the bad part is, you know, if we have a policy that says staff raises should be this and that, and it could be an astronomical number, it's going to be I'm not looking forward to that conversation, but I haven't seen the number yet. I would like to see us keep parity or as close to parity with the county for their staff to take. I don't know what that number is yet. Part of me is thinking it's a unique time with what's going on in the world. In an ideal world, we could do CPI, but maybe that's not possible this year. I don't know yet. But I don't think an 8 or what did the QB union propose, 11.2% is palatable to our residents. So, but in saying that, maybe there's other ways we can compensate. I mean, we transitioned to a hybrid work from home component, so there's some savings to our staff on gas for their vehicle, wear and tear, so that could be part of the consideration. I don't know. You know, maybe you have to look at an extra holiday or something, so that at Christmas time. I don't know, but we can think outside the box because we want to maintain our excellent staff. We don't want them to go in anywhere. Yeah, I don't really have a number. I think we're gonna land between 3% and 5% is where I believe we'll end up. And Mr. CAO.
Yeah, I agree with and understand all of the comments that I've been hearing on this. Yes, we do have a policy put in place, and that was developed based on the experience that we've had over years and municipalities had over years. And that's why, given what the increases were in the past, here's what a formula would be, and here's how it all works out. It didn't contemplate, because it's not normal for the current situation, right? And this is just the way that those numbers work out. So I can assure you that this is a topic that comes up every 2 weeks when the CEOs meet. Is how are you addressing this? What are the options going forward? You know, what innovative ways or what numbers are you taking forward? How can we best accommodate this? So this is something we're all collectively working on. So you can anticipate getting something coming to you shortly with regards to some CPI numbers and ways to address that. Because we recognize that the numbers that come out of the formula that was okay to get us to this point isn't quite as palatable as it would have been. It would be different, right? Just the reality today is different. But we need to keep in mind too that yes, there's increased costs for interest and fuel and insurance and all these kinds of things that the municipality has, but employees have that too. And the concern too is that if you don't have any increases, then at some point when you do your market review, you're going to be so far behind. And I know one municipality I was talking with, they had to do a market assessment, and the recommendation coming forward was over 10% adjustments because they hadn't done any, because this year's tough, so we can't do it. This year's tough, we can't do it, and then that just kept happening further back. So what we're trying to come up with the CEOs is a way to try and balance those, right? So to address what the reality and the concerns are today, but not to negatively impact us permanently going forward. Like, how can we at least try and keep up with something? So you'll be having something come forward soon with some options for you to consider.
Like a bullet point.
Along something possibly, yes.
Yeah, I agree with what our CEO is saying. I forgot to mention it, I was dealing with the 3% increase. We compare ourselves to other municipalities, similar size, but our competitors are City of Guelph, Cambridge, Milton, also Halton. So it's important that we also include those in the competitive municipalities, because where do our staff go? They go up. They don't go ladders across. We understand we're losing somebody to Guelph already, and we have lost people to Milton. We've lost people to Hamilton. I think it's important to have a bigger picture, to look at the competitors as well as the similar size municipalities.
Any further comments? No. One sentence. What would you like the theme of? We don't need it. Tighten belt. Tighten that belt. Anybody want to make any comments to question 12?
Yeah, and moving through our COVID. So we're doing
Yeah.
Or moving back into.
Yes.
Let's not talk about that. Is there anything else from the leadership team that they would like council to discuss before we move on to the next report? Anybody on Zoom have anything you'd like us to discuss or we've missed?
Staff in particular.
That's what I meant, staff. Not the.
Yes, I did have just one clarification question. Just been making notes under each section as we've been going. The one I'm just not 100% certain what council wants us to do was under the new programs, investigating the potential partnerships. Councilor Bailey had mentioned, is that a takeaway that we want included in this, or is that something that we just want to look on as like staff?
I think that's what we're just going to work on. So staff and counselors are going to look at that and come up with options and bring that forward to staff, and then we can do an assessment, bring those forward on a one-by-one basis. No real addition at this time.
Yeah.
We read the resolution.
We have not read the full resolution. It is lengthy, so I don't know if it's helpful to share it on my screen at the same time. Whatever you prefer.
Yeah, share it on the screen.
Could we not just simplify, we'll say as directed, as directed?
Yeah, well, I was gonna share it so we could quickly go.
No,
I think it's important for us as staff to make sure, because sometimes we hear, well, that was discussed at a council meeting. Well, yeah, you discussed it, but did everyone agree with it or not? But this is key. This is going to be a lot of information or a lot of impact on what we do in the budget. So I think it's good if we quantify and spend a little bit of time on that. Sorry.
I will.
Best thing that came out of COVID was that the clerk started reading all the resolutions.
Yeah.
Sorry, and it's a bit large, so hopefully we can all read this. So it's that report EDM 2022-064 entitled Budget Process and Service Level Review be received for information, and that the current budget development and control policy be utilized as the guiding document for the preparation of the 2023 budget. So I think there is a question here, or amended as follows. That staff be directed to prepare the 2023 budget based on the following information. So I captured none under the service level increases, none under the service level decreases, service levels to be added, clarify that objection letters to be sent out in response to all aggregate licenses applications until there has been sufficient time for the township to review. And again, just the current direction is that we're only sending this objection related to proposed site plan amendments. Budget consideration for wildlife mitigation consideration during preliminary roadwork studies and potential partnerships with local groups. Include the addition of an environmental sustainability implication section to staff reports. Service levels removed as follows. I have none. Legislative or policy directions or initiatives resulting in, and so I've just captured just very basically the MECP excess soil regulation, Bill 23, Greenbelt, internet speed and access. Legislative or policy direction or initiatives implemented. So the first is budget consideration to retain a consultant to prepare a study identifying land identified for gravel extraction and potential impacts of the increase of gravel extraction given the growth initiatives by the province, and request the assistance of the county with the study.
Could I just, that's on that one, shouldn't it say something about loss of land and assessment? Is that the point of that one? Is that, Mr. Chair, does that make sense?
Yeah. But also, were we not gonna do this, get a consultant and then approach the county, not ask them to do the first one? Probably take that last one.
And subsequently.
Yeah.
Yeah, and subsequently request. With an in-depth, request assistance county and area municipalities with an in-depth follow-up studies. Follow-up study. In-depth follow-up.
So that rereads as budget consideration to retain a consultant to prepare a study identifying loss of land and assessment identified for gravel extraction, potential impact of the increase of gravel extraction given the growth initiatives by the province, and subsequently request the assistance of the county and area municipalities with an in-depth follow-up study.
Does it need to say below the water table extraction? I mean, I don't like get gravel extraction covers below the water, but you don't lose land unless it's below the water. Do you need to clarify?
It's probably good the way it is, yeah.
Leave it wide, a little wide open.
Yeah.
Right. When we consider how long the pit and Aberfoyle has been sitting, been there. Dormant or whatever, depleted as they call it.
All right, the next was moved to provide natural gas service to residents. Next, worked towards removing rail storage tracks at Garkle.
Did I suggest instead of provide, say encourage, because provide implies that we're gonna be, like, we're not a service provider. We're just encouraging services.
Sure.
Improved accessibility to Passage Lake.
Okay, number three should be, work towards encouraging removal of all storage tanks.
Is there any concern with that word?
Yeah.
That people are thinking it's rail ties?
Opposed to
Rail siding.
siding.
Okay, real slide. It's fine, that's okay.
Potato.
I'm ingrained too much the other way, I'm sorry, after 37 years.
Okay, implementing roads master plan including speed cameras. Finalization of fill bylaw. And a sign bylaw update. G was new projects as follows, pursue regional water study and involvement with the county economic development initiatives.
I stop the group discussion. I just want to go back to when we were listing the fill bylaw and the sign bylaw, any policies. We want some policies reviewed. That can still be discussed during the work plan component.
Absolutely.
So I don't. Councilor Bowman.
And just to clarify for that water study, so we don't forget it again, it was the deep bedrock. For production layer, or bedrock.
Monitoring policy.
Yeah, bedrock. Because we already have an existing shallow groundwater monitoring system.
So we can add with stuff with county and area and volunteer.
Right.
Well.
Involvement with the county's economic development initiatives.
CAO said he was kind of on top of that.
Need to be included, Mr. CEO, or?
They're gonna come with delegation.
It's interesting there, that's good.
Under remove projects as follows, I had none. New programs as follows, discuss trailhead parking improvements when the Conservation Authority does their annual presentation to council. Specific overall big picture direction to staff as follows, noted continue a coordinated budget plan with a focus on sustainability of services provided and fair tax rate increase to residents and business. Target increase be in terms of percentage of as follows. So I've just made the 3 notes here that were in the report and as discussed. So refer to the budget development and control policy, 3% or higher, as long as the blended tax rate with the county give it 3% and attempt to align with the county.
Mr. CEO, I had mentioned, I believe you, that I wanted to meet with the Agricultural Society for the Fire Service, we call it a fire post-incident review analysis. But anyways, I get together so we can say this worked well for us, that works, if they could, and vice versa. And does that need to be in here so that not just the Agricultural Society, but you know, these groups, I want to be the optimist. I think years ago, there started to be a bit of a divide. Players that are here today were there. But I want to just start that. So you're saying you're comfortable with that, we can just arrange that.
Yeah, that's not part of the budget process. That's more of an operations work plan type.
I just saw the one list there. It was a big picture item for staff. That's why I brought it up. But, okay.
Here, this is just big picture for the budget.
Okay.
That's kind of what the intent was.
Big focus picture. Focus big picture.
Yeah. Yeah, in the last part, then the theme, you see a lot of municipalities that they'll have a theme for specific budget, you know, post-COVID recovery or whatever, you know, for before it's like. Do you have something or do you not want to do that this one? It's tough to come up with one that's
Disney?
not Disney.
I get, like, what would that guide so that, like,
Yeah.
what the purpose of having a theme means every decision we make we have to, compare how it applies to the.
Yeah,
theme or
it's basically just, is there a way that you could summarize the overall objective of this year's budget? What are you trying to achieve? What was your guiding principle of developing this year's budget? Yes, sir. Thanks, Doug. I got it.
Don't get 400 phone calls. I don't see the need for a theme.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have
I appreciate it.
If you wanted to do something, that's fine.
Does anybody else see the need for a theme? It's hard to see.
I know.
You look at the bottom.
So take the theme off, sorry, just the comment. That's it.
Any last comments before I call the vote? All in favor? We have a move in a
Oh,
second.
sorry, let me touch.
Sorry. Right, second. Point of order. Yeah, we have the ball.
Councilor Bulmer is moving and seconded by Councilor Sepulveda.
All in favor? Carried. All right. Very good. So we're on to 9.3.3. believe Ms. Whitebox, or who will walk us through this portion of our agenda.
I can't go.
Okay.
So, as you heard in your delegation, significant concerns. I don't think anyone's in a position to know exactly what the long-term impacts of this are going to be. We've added in the information you provided, the report that was prepared by county planning staff from the planning perspective. I was just asked to highlight with you that just keep in mind that that report hasn't been considered by the planning committee. Their meeting is until tomorrow, but we're just giving it to you for your information. I know a lot of the questions are kind of going to be, well, what exactly are the impacts going to be? And because of the dramatic change, we don't know. And I think that's the bottom line as to what all the ramifications are going to be. There's still many experts going through what's been proposed or what's been outlined to this point by the province. But as so often happens, the devil's in the details, and we don't have the details yet. They've just given some overall concepts and approaches that they're going to do, but we don't see the regulations. We don't know how it's going to be implemented or when yet. So we just needed you to be aware of this and then try and get some type of direction from you. I tend to agree with what the delegation mentioned earlier today, that it might be a good idea to put something in so that you're not viewed as endorsing or accepting this, to outline, you have a lot of concerns, not limited to, and then whatever list you'd like to have, or questions or something, that it might be good to put something forward, would be our respectful suggestion to you. And Courtney, did you have anything on that?
No, just a comment about the items. I believe correspondence item 10.4 was added separately, so that's the county's report.
Okay.
So not sure if that should, Mr. Chair, be considered during this discussion as well. And I also noted consent item 6.6 and consent item 6.15 for this discussion.
So, Councilor Goda, if you're comfortable, I'm just going to ask Councilor supposed to speak to the two items you pulled out of consent. We'll just deal with it holistically, but we'll deal with all. Also, it's all relative, right? So it's all relative, yeah. So,
Okay, I just question of Courtney, do you have the motion I put forward? Okay, so what I'm concerned as everybody else with this. So what I did is I looked at the county report, and they had 4 bullets toward the end that sort of summarized all the big issues. And then after hearing the delegation from John McNeil with respect to a more detailed concerns, I sort of added in written in my mind what I'd like to also say as part of this motion. So I don't know if you want to read the motion as part of my discussion, or do you want to just go around the table?
I'll go around once, just, I'm sure everybody's just.
Sure.
Absolutely, just give them an opportunity. So we'll just come back to Councilor Goda.
I mean, I think I probably share the same concern as everybody else. I've spent the greater part of this week and last week trying to just digest all the information. I'm not sure how specific our comments need to be, given that we don't know all the detail. But I would be happy to sort of pause, allow Counselor Suppose to put this motion on the table and build on from there. If that's an appropriate way to go, I'm not sure.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I think that sounds similar to what I would like to do. I mean, Councilor Sepulveda sounds like he's pulled these 4 out. I've pulled 5, so I could just add a few to what sounds like might be proposed to be in there, but I think that's a good way to start.
Councilor Ballmer?
And I share that direction. Because the 4 points that the county had put up were only coming from the planning department. And I would like to also add some points regarding financial impact based on the change in development charges and how they're calculated. Not to be specific, but in broad comments regarding development charges and the impacts the Heritage Act, which the planning department would also not speak to. So I think that's a good way to go.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, I was wondering, Courtney could put that on the screen. So that, can I see it? I'll read it. Okay, whereas the township of Whistler has received correspondence dated October 25th, 2022 from Minister Clark regarding more homes bill transfer act 2022 bill 23. Be resolved that the township of Whistler advise the province that has significant concerns with the actions contained therein. 1, essentially meaningful public participation from the land use planning process. 2, reduce the protection of natural heritage features / natural hazards and the resulting impact on public health, public safety, and climate change objectives. 4, reduce the importance of conservation authorities in the review of development applications, brackets, a loss of technical expertise and critical to the rural municipalities. And 4, eliminate the long-established regional planning framework in the province. And let's speak forward to Mr. Clark, Speaker Arnott, County of Wellington, Able, Roma, Grand River Conservation Authority, Conservation Hamilton Conservation Authority. What I also know what I want to do is add in and say, before the 4th bullet says, and whereas the township persons received a presentation from the. 1 second.
Where do you want?
After number 4.
So a separate bullet.
A separate whereas, and whereas the township of Whistler.
Hang on the street. Sorry. Just gonna stop sharing.
I just tweeted on minutes, but I got them back.
Did you? We're not recording this. Post video. Sorry, Councilor Space.
Oh, no, it's fine. Check the bullet. Okay,
Sorry.
no, not a separate 5, it's a separate whereas. And whereas, the township of Whistler received a presentation from the Mill Creek stewards. Be resolved, the council pushes supports the concerns and content of the presentation.
Can you time me out on that?
Which I'm sure.
Do you have any concerns with council supporting that full presentation from Mr. McNee, or I just would prefer staff to review it more thoroughly since we just received it.
We haven't, and I agree with what he said. It sounded, we haven't read it. We don't even have a copy of the thing right now. So.
Okay, whereas received the presentation, Mill Creek.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, like, I want, like, remember I mentioned
Yeah, I
wanted to
understand what you're
point
saying.
towards it,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm good with that. Okay, and then just take off that be resolved that. Okay, yeah, check that, be resolved that this be forwarded. That instead of saying and that this be forwarded. On the next line, take off and take off that. That this,
Can I tell you?
absolutely.
So if you say, whereas the township of Portsmouth received the presentation from the Mill Creek Stewards, be it resolved that, the Mill Creek Stewards, Portsmouth Township requests ministry staff to review the submitted, as a delegation was submitted to them, submitted documents by the Mill Creek Stewards and their concerns. So what I'm trying to say is, hey, we liked it. Can't quite support it because we haven't researched it and included, but trying to tell them.
Okay,
go
fair
look at
enough.
this.
Okay, that's even better. In other words, no.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
The ministry, review the presentation.
By the Mill Creek Steward. Yeah. And when we get it, can we attach it?
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and then the carry on to saying, and that the presentation and the resolution be forwarded to. Resolution be forwarded to. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay. We need to,
I'm good.
it's moved by Council Spillis. We got a second and we'll discuss it. Second by Councilor Bailey.
I didn't want to get into specifics because I didn't, as Councilor Boyd has pointed out, there's too much to go through. Like what the county did, it's just succinctly said in statements, bang. You got the message there without getting into all the small details.
That's good.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, so there's a couple other concerns that I have. Is it fair to say what those are and?
Sure.
Councilor Foolish, or is there something we want to add, just for pros and cons? Okay.
Sure.
So all of those things I am in agreement with. There, particularly with conservation. There's a couple other things that I pulled out that aren't necessarily listed there, but appear to be concerning. One is the streamlining of aggregate applications. So, from how I understand, the proposed changes would potentially allow MNRF staff to make certain decisions on aggregate development and applications instead of the minister, but there's no details on what those this kind of decisions would entail. So it may not be a significant concern, but because we don't know the details, it may be a significant concern, given the amount of gravel pits and potential pits that already exist here. So
Can we say for that one, streamlining aggregate applications for ministry staff who make decisions cannot be supported at this time until there's more clarity on implications? Because we don't know.
exactly. And that's why I'm not sure if it should be in this resolution, because we don't know, but it is a potential concern.
Well, I agree with you 100% because it could be a site plan alteration that changes the size of the trees they need to use, or it could be approving.
We could speculate on it.
Yeah, does that make you comfortable just saying, so they give us clarity, we can't support that
Yeah.
component? Councilor Schools?
Absolutely.
Councilor Bailey?
Okay, and then the other,
wording.
the other item that isn't really already kind of encompassed in there is the financial impact to both the municipality and ultimately overall taxpayers. I think that there's multiple components of it that will affect the financial impacts to both. And I have some fairly, like, I have a really big unknown that's fairly specific. I don't know if I should be expressing right now, but the way that it is written right now, it talks about units being sold at 80% of the average selling price are exempt from DCs. So I understand that this is intended to encourage developers to keep the cost low. What the uptake on that would be, I don't know. But what we also don't know is what the catchment area is of determining that average selling price. So I guess my concern is if it's kind of like a one size fits all approach where you're including Toronto prices across the board to establish the overall average selling price. Areas outside of Toronto, such as Pleasanton, our average selling price would likely be at that 80% or below, which means, you know, this area would be excluded from DCs. And so, and then in addition to that, they're phasing in how DCs can be collected over the 5 years or whatever. So I don't know what the reduced DCs will look like, but it would seem that there is potential for there to be a shortfall in funds to pay for growth related infrastructure, but we still need the infrastructure. It doesn't, you know, we still have to pay for it. So where does that come from? You know, there's no clear answer. Does it come from the taxpayer? Does it come from income tax? Does it come from the provincial government? Who's funding that? And that big, huge unknown is a big, huge concern for not just Mississauga, for everyone.
Councilor Palmer.
I share this concern. Perhaps I can help by put some broader language around it so that it becomes, the specific concern can match the broader wording. That what you're talking about is this relates to how development charges are calculated and applied. Sort of undermines the current philosophy of growth paying for growth and shifting that onto the property tax base. And I think that captures all of those things, because the shifting from 10 years of average cost to 15, extending the life of the bylaw from 5 to 10 means that, you know, we're now looking at things that are 20 out of them 25 years old, the phasing and all these things, just by identifying that the changes proposed to the development charges and will shift the burden of growth, the cost of growth, from being growth paying for growth back to the property tax. I think if we can come up with wording around that, that's a shorter sentence, but captures everything you just said, I think, anyway.
I'm writing something right now. Yep. Go ahead, Councilor Bailey.
Maybe I'll just read what I wrote and we can pull out, but I tried to keep it more broad. I said my concern was the cost to the taxpayer. The concern about how some of the proposed changes in Bill 23 would impact Whistler, specifically the unintended consequences around changes. And I just said changes, parkland dedication fees, development charges, community benefit charges, and freezing conservation authority fees, which could ultimately end up having current taxpayers cover the cost or end up reducing the services, property. Or end up reducing the services the township could provide. But we don't need that ending part.
It's right, it's correct.
General.
It's wordy.
It's wordy, and yeah,
So what do we have?
that's good.
Financial implications, that's the proper way to start.
It's just change it. We don't know the changes.
Yeah, they.
So, well, hold on. Financial implications relating to how development charges are calculated and applied. Are not supported. It's what I wrote. So not supporting the change to development charge collection as it will shift costs to the existing taxpayer and away from growth paying for growth. That kind of captures.
Yeah, it turns growth paying for growth into a fallacy.
I think that's
see it.
the intent.
Yeah.
I think that is the intent.
Yes, it is the
That
intent.
the government is trying to. So That may be right there.
Mr. Seal.
What I'd suggest, and I understand what the comments are, but if you're just limiting the financial implications to development charges, there's financial implications for everything that you're doing.
Yes.
Right? So what if we say the financial implications of all of the impacts of Bill 23,
Yes.
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Because that includes DCs, it includes conservation authorities, it includes, planning staff, all this kind of stuff. All of those things have significant financial impacts that are going to be on us, resulting from implementing the provincial policy, right?
So reverses the idea of growth paying for growth.
It absolutely
And
does.
puts it as the taxpayer, the taxpayer pays for growth.
Yes.
Financial implications of all the impacts of Bill 23, where growth is intended to pay for growth and shifting that burden to the taxpayer through property taxes.
Well, it reverses or undermines or it eliminates the ability for growth to pay for growth.
Financial implications of all the impacts of Bill 23.
Eliminates the ability for growth to pay for growth and shifts that burden onto the property taxpayer.
Should it? Instead of saying the ability of growth, to pay for growth, it should be a shall. Growth shall pay.
Eliminate.
You know what I mean? Of course, that's the ability, but really, we intend for growth to pay for itself, right?
Yeah. By abandoning the concept. Abandons the concept of growth paying for growth.
How long has that been in the province or?
Growth paying for growth?
Yeah.
Came out of Waterloo in the 70s.
Since no one.
Yeah.
Since no.
It actually was, it was the city of Waterloo. I think it came out.
Is there any value in referencing how long that component of growth has been within the province of Ontario, or is that?
No, we don't know the exact. It's a well-accepted concept of growth pay for growth.
A long outstanding concept
Yeah.
or long outstanding concept of both,
Accepted concept.
Accepted.
Long.
Yeah, I'll come and read this. Okay, do you want me to read it first? Okay, financial implications of all the impacts of Bill 23. By eliminating the long accepted concept of growth paying for growth, shifting that burden of taxpayer through property taxes.
Shifting that burden out of taxpayer.
Shifting that
Property
burden.
taxpayer. Out of the property taxpayer.
Do we need, when I read it like that, it doesn't say to me that we're not supportive of it. Does that seem weird when you just say financial implications?
no, it's just being resolved that we have significant concerns.
Okay.
contained therein. In other words, we have a concern with that.
Okay, so I read it. Councilor, go ahead. Say it.
I'm worried about putting in there the eliminating the accepted concept of growth and paying for growth, because I think that the province is gonna look at that comment and say, well, but that's exactly, the long-term, whatever, process of how growth is being paying for growth is not working, and it's not building houses fast enough. So that is exactly, we're reinforcing exactly what they want. Like it appears to me that the province is not wanting growth to pay for growth. They are wanting the taxpayer or society in general to be paying for growth. So, and that's, I guess, is that what we're opposing, or are we opposing the financial implications to the municipality?
They're definitely trying to paint a picture that the DCs are a hindrance to growth,
Yes.
but they're not. Not in this municipality, I don't believe, in most of this area. And this is really a download of cost.
And I'm not disagreeing with
existing
that. I'm
taxpayers.
just trying to put weight behind our comments.
It's calling them out,
Yeah.
right? But, I don't know. We'll go ahead and watch it. I'm not as concerned, but I would like to, Councilor Space.
I'm not as concerned. I think it's a concept that's worked. I think the province is got themselves into a pickle and they're using a hammer to solve a problem that they could solve a long time ago by being more reasonable.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're not reason for the housing crisis.
Exactly.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I like how it is. I'm wondering if, from our perspective, growth paying for growth works. So maybe Councilor Boyd would like us to put language in there around eliminating the long accepted concept of growth paying for growth, which works. I don't know which, you know, but yeah.
Councilor Ballmer?
Thank you. Yeah, and I understand. It maybe doesn't eliminate it, but it certainly undermines it. And if the province believed that development charges were a true impediment to growth, they could have brought in a process of giving builders of homes or purchasers of homes a rebate equal to the development charges paid to the municipality. The municipality needs to invest in that infrastructure. So if this is a program that the province wants, then then they should put it on their books or stand up and say, we're going to do this and add it to your property tax bill. The concern is they're suggesting this is going to be a savings to everybody. And these things still need to get paid for, and they should be done more transparently. I mean, it's supposed to be all about, you know, a kind of building transparency, and this is a way of kind of hiding these costs again.
I'd love it. Can you suggest an amendment to this motion and capture all of that in it? That would be fantastic. We would get no grants for the next decade.
I know, but you know, we all agree with a lot of what they're trying to achieve, but they should be honest about who's gonna have to pay for it. Yeah. And that's my concern. And I think this is, to Councilor Boyd's point, I don't mind changing the language and it says eliminating, but it's undermining the concept of growth paying for growth at the very least.
You want to change it to?
No, I'm just wondering.
I think we're on to, did we get to you yet? No, you covered it. So Councilor Bailey, you had some additional bullets.
Those were my points. I had aggregate, so concern over what the impact would be to Westland in regards to streamlining, so we captured that, and then the cost component, so I'm satisfied with that.
Councilor Palmer, do you have any, what will you do?
Yes, I have one addition regarding heritage. I think their interpretation of how municipalities use the registry. I recognize there may be some municipalities have used it the way they're suggesting, but I'm concerned about the change where either property can only be on the registry for 2 years, and if you don't designate it, it has to be taken off for at least 5. It can't be, it has to be taken off, it can't be put on for 5 years. Typically, I mean, one of the reasons that this municipality put the registry in place was because it's a partway measure. It's an in-between to allow the committee then to look through that list of properties. There's no way that our small heritage committee and the municipality of our size can possibly go through that list of properties in 2 years and determine which should and should not be designated. We don't have a heritage planner. We rely sometimes on the county for some of those supports and or the expertise that's on the committee, and where the committee doesn't have it, having to hire a consultant to do heritage impact assessments. So giving municipalities only 2 years to have a property on there risks losing them all.
Yes.
And I think that's a shame, because it's having the ability to have a property on that registry for an indefinite period of time allows the municipality to build goodwill and have these things seen as, you know, the value to the community and save them through goodwill and stewardship, as opposed to only being able to save them through legislation. I prefer building goodwill and stewardship, and this process undermines that process. That's my comment. I don't know how to capture that in a 3-word sentence, but thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. That was one of my.
Bailey?
I think that's great.
So we just gotta capture it well. Yeah, it creates almost, it creates a loophole, so you can purchase a property, it's on 2 years, wait your 2 years. You can do anything in the next 5.
Yeah.
And there's no method for the municipality to save the building, get notified, so. It's
We're now at risk of losing everything on our registry, but not everything.
vulnerable one.
Yeah, except for one.
So proposed Heritage Act, you know, you can get back to read it. It's like very difficult for me to not do that. I'm trying to do this. Proposed Heritage Act changes related to timelines to designate properties listed on the registry with undesignated status. Go, Matthew.
Undermines the ability of the community to save these structures through stewardship and goodwill.
Wow. Oh.
Should I do it?
Should
Did I?
be a politician.
It's a team effort.
Save these structures. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
Can you say it again?
That's good. No, I like that. I like community engagement, goodwill as opposed to stewardship. of goodwill.
Stewardship, that's what it is.
But I like that through community engagement, and goodwill. That's good.
So proposed Heritage Act changes related to timelines to designate properties listed on the registry with undesignated status undermines the ability of the community to save these structures through community engagement and goodwill. Any input from staff if the captures are concerned about the timelines associated with the new? Matthew, you must have done really well. She's taking a picture of it. What first one? You can take a picture of what? Of your resolution. Oh, good job. Last meeting he gets this good.
Finally.
All right, then if everybody wants to take a quick read through, I'm sure there's support of it.
I'm just wondering if we, before the last, or it should say and whereas. As opposed to, should say and then the care policy.
All right, Ms. Hopes, you get the pleasure of reading.
Oh, sorry, can I say one more thing?
Yep.
Both the council letter or the report by the council, which I know hasn't been adopted yet, and the letter from health and conservation. Start off by saying overall, they support the government's initiatives of achieving more housing. And I know Councilor Ballmer did that as well. Do you think that we should be adding some kind of statement at the beginning of this resolution to indicate that we aren't, completely opposed to growth or anything like that, but we do have these concerns with
Do we, the Hamilton conservation, where they send us one, we have a chance to read it. Do we capture their concerns in here? Maybe we'll have a discussion. So.
It was added, the resolution as an addition to this report, so it is part of the discussion through that. I don't think the council has looked at it.
Can you, they can speak.
We haven't done conservation. It's included in the report, but you're right, we have a discussion on it.
So you have the wording, so you can just read how they open their, this, it's like being nice when you come
one in front of me here. It says, we agree that there is a housing supply and affordability issue in Ontario that needs to be pragmatically addressed. That's what the housing conservation.
I thought you said Hamilton. Oh, yeah.
I said Hamilton, sorry.
Yeah, it was a lot.
We did receive Hamilton as an addition this morning, so that's likely the one that council has not had an opportunity to really read through, but I can just bring it up to one moment.
Does it have a nice gentle opening?
I would support that.
So. Not go.
You can share this if it helps on the screen.
Everybody have an opportunity to talk.
I can read, it's just a second resolution. Yep. That the following key points regarding the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry proposal in support of Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster, Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan 2022-2023 be sent to the Hamilton Conservation Authority member municipalities. Proposed changes should take into account a watershed-based approach to balance growth with the environment and public health safety. CAs should continue with the ability to review and comment on natural heritage in permitting and planning applications and retain responsibility for natural hazard approvals to ensure safe development. We request continued collaboration with the province in regard to the proposed changes and support Conservation Ontario's call to engage with the established multi-stakeholder conservation authorities working group and help guide the province in its implementation of the last round of changes to the CA Act. Municipalities should retain the option to enter into MOUs with CAs for municipally requested advisory services. Permit CAs to work towards cost recovery targets so that development pays for development. The province should recognize the importance of CA lands and ensure clear policy to protect them. That's period.
So do you think we should add a line to support that resolution, even though we've all just heard it here? I see you.
Yeah.
It captures everything.
Yeah. So just pull up number 7.
That aspect of watershed-based approval is key.
Yeah.
Because if that's removed, you're subject as this municipality to claims if there's flooding in a downstream municipality and they can link it to something that was approved here.
There's $1 billion lawsuit right now.
In Oakville.
Yes,
I know.
that will become the norm.
That's how they deal with it everywhere else.
Well, I was wondering, rather than say that, I just have another whereas the township of Portsmouth has received blah, 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 be it resolved that the township of Portsmouth support entirely supports the document.
Yeah, and it's conservation submission.
Yeah.
Is that somebody submitted that, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what about the Halt one? 'Cause
Yeah.
The Halt one was quite good.
Yeah.
They're both.
Yeah.
So list them both.
We can't afford to.
With less money than we have to.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Addressed to the province. You say be it resolved, that the Portsmouth Council.
Did they submit it for ERO to the ERO? So instead of saying correspondence addressed to the province, say correspondence or submission to ERO, posted number, whatever it was. Just.
I don't know if the ERO was open, because I didn't think they were accepting comments.
Or whatever they. Sorry. Sorry, the Greenbelt ones on the ERO.
Rest of the province, be resolved. Just right after address to the province. Okay, I was gonna have these, the whereas is, the township posted the Mill Creek stewards, and then that be resolved, and the person is review that. That, all that goes right under the first whereas. All that goes up there, right?
Yep.
Okay, and then we continue on with that, be resolved that. Portsmouth Council, supports the recommendations contained therein. Or the proposals contained therein, I don't know how you want to put that.
Comments?
The comments, contained therein. The only thing we have to resolve is Councilor Gordis softening up at the front. Right. And what we say is, whereas we received, what they say, what we received that noting that council supports the recognizes the importance of
Streamlining.
Well, whatever the wording that had, I think Councilor Gordon had good wording.
There's a couple of snippets here that I could maybe help. It's this one letter says we are agree that there is a housing supply and affordable issue in Ontario that needs to be pragmatically addressed. There's also a part here that says we think your stated outcomes are important, but are concerned that your proposed legislative changes may have unintended negative consequences.
Yes. You believe they're unintended?
Interestingly, that.
Or intended, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's intended, yes, exactly.
Or intended consequences, certain days.
Believe. Either.
Recognize the objectives. Sorry, I have a hard time reading this. Seeing,
Recognize the objectives.
recognize the objectives of the province. Recognizes that there is a housing supply and affordability issue in Ontario. Supply and affordability.
Certainly an affordability.
By shortage.
No.
Is there?
Yeah, I think if I could, Mr. Chair, there's an affordability issue. Many municipalities are now on record as identifying vast tracts of land that are already approved for development that are not being built on. So there's land available even just next door in Hamilton.
Our delegate mentioned that as well, right?
Yeah,
So, are you comfortable just leaving that
Yeah.
affordability?
Yes. Certainly is an affordability issue.
Cheese, purchases.
And plus, Central recognizes your stated outcomes are important.
What did you have it there?
Yeah.
Just read it from there.
But are concerned that your proposed legislative changes may have unintended or maybe just negative consequences.
Yeah.
Rather than creating the conditions for efficient housing development. These changes may jeopardize the province's stated goals. Do you want me to keep reading it over?
No, I like just recognizing that we're saying that there's a housing affordability concern in Ontario.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole, but
Yeah, that's fine.
what are your thoughts? Soft, a little soft.
No, I'm good with that, where Township Postage recognizes that there's a housing affordability concern in province in Ontario.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Okay, that report ADM 2022-065 entitled Bill 23 proposed changes and consent items 6.6 and 6.15 and correspondence item 10.4 be received. And whereas the Township of Clifton has received correspondence dated October 25th, 2022 from Minister Clark regarding More Homes Built Faster Act 2022, Bill 23. And whereas the Township of Clifton Council recognizes that there is a housing affordability concern in Ontario. Be it resolved that the Township of Portage Council advised the province that it had significant concerns about the actions contained therein to essentially remove meaningful public participation from the land use planning process, reduce the protection of natural heritage features, natural hazards, and the resulting impact on public health, public safety, and climate change objectives, reduce the important role of conservation authorities in the review of development applications, a loss of technical expertise critical to rural municipalities, eliminate a long-established regional planning framework in the province, streamlining aggregate applications by permitting ministry staff to make decisions until such time that more information is provided, financial implications of all of the impacts of Bill 23 by eliminating the long-accepted concept of growth paying for growth and shifting that burden to the taxpayer through property taxes, and proposed Heritage Act changes related to timelines to designate properties listed on the registry with undesignated status undermines the ability of the community to save these structures through community engagement and goodwill. Whereas the Township of Portage received the presentation from the Mill Creek stewards, and be it resolved that Portage Council requests that the ministry review the presentation by the Mill Creek stewards, and whereas the Township of Portage received the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board resolution and the Halton Conservation Authority correspondence addressed to the province, be it resolved that Portage Council supports the comments contained therein, and then the presentation and the council resolution be forwarded to Minister Clark, Speaker Arnott, County of Wellington, AMO, Roma, Grand River Coast Innovation Authority, and Conservation Halton, and Hamilton Conservation Authority.
Can you bring your phone to that? I'll report them first, yeah. Yes, I guess so. Not last time. Number 7 is about.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Oh,
Never.
County? 6. County was small.
I don't know. Okay, well, do we have a distribution list for all municipalities?
Yep.
Right, send it. No, all Ontario. Just some good work here. The Heritage Act resolution might get some traction. Okay, so that's red. Do we have a mover and a second for that?
We did for the initial motion, but there's some changes. So it was moved by Councillor Sekula, seconded by Councillor Bailey.
Accept the amendments.
As well, okay, that's good. Last opportunity, Councillor Goida. Anybody else? Right, all in favor? It's very good work. I believe we are, does anybody want a break? Does anyone want to grab a coffee or not? Yeah, okay, let's take I know it's already gonna be 5-10 minute break. Okay, welcome back from our brief recess. I believe Ms. White Fox, we're on 10.1 of the agenda. Should have pulled it up. Is it just for information? Sorry, correspondence. All right, the resolution for 10.1, please.
The council received correspondence item 10.1 regarding the Grand River Conservation Authority Board of Directors appointment. And the Portage Council recommend Mayor Chris White for reappointment to the Grand River Conservation Authority Board of Directors for the 2022 to 2026 year.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? I'll move. Ms. Bonner, second by Councilor Swiss. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carry. Part of that resolution, you forward that to GRCA and thank you. All right, 10.2. Progress report. So I assume Ms. Wellholm is not attending, or we would have already dealt with it, so. The resolution back, please.
The council received correspondence item 10.2 regarding the County of Wellington Planning Committee report regarding county official plan review process report number 7 for information.
Right, can I get a move for that, please? Councilor Ballmer, second by Councilor Spillis. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Roma delegation. So they're accepting delegations. All right.
So the council received correspondence item 10.3 regarding the 2023 Rural Ontario Municipal Association Roma delegation form. And the council directs staff to register for the delegation as follows. Some direction.
Remember, if you make a delegation recommendation, you're coming too. Yeah, so. Actually, depending on how many delegations we put in for, it's not, it would be nice to have staff member there to take minutes, and so I'll leave that open, but let's see what we're looking for first. Councilor Guerra.
Well, maybe build my group.
Well.
I mean,
Yeah.
or any component within, the Roma's in February. So I don't know what transpired.
You can always decline it.
And the other one, I don't know, I kind of spoke to it today with the Ministry of Transportation about trying to just worried about the progress of the whole world and like the Morrison bypass project is and just happening sort of months and by the time it's dragging out for a really long time. I know we've delegated on it before. I don't know if it would be valuable to keep it.
I believe we've been turned down on our delegation request for Enfield last times, but Mr. Sealy.
If you link it to, as a result of your fast tracking, Bill 23, you need to fast track the transportation that's been long identified through our areas. So please fast track this one. Once you're this.
NTO MMAH is Bill 23.
Yeah, on Bill 23, I think we should quote the idea that we're going to be pursuing compensation with respect to the lost opportunities that we have as a result of the increased aggregate extraction resulting from Bill 23. More homes requires more natural resources, with more aggregate, which means more loss of our lands, which means we need to be compensated for it. At least float that idea for them that we're going to be pursuing this and see what their reaction is.
Float it to MMAH or Ministry of Finance?
I don't know who would be the appropriate person.
Because MMAH makes the changes, but the people that would pay us if we were successful, we.
Yeah, okay, finance.
So. Yeah. It wouldn't hurt to just go into, if we get a delegation, say, hey, your counterparts across the hall are doing this. Here's the financial implications and.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the study and like to get your passive approval.
Sorry, could you're asking to go to finance for that?
Yeah.
So essentially go across and just say to them, these are the implications what MMAH is implementing. Here's the consequences. We need you to.
I think the challenge you might encounter with that is Ministry of Finance will say, we're just following the orders we're given. That's right. It's very much, the premier and Ministry of Municipal Affairs are running this thing, and whatever implications are, the other municipalities or ministries are just told, here's what you're going to be doing. So if we just talk to finance, they'll say, well, that's what we've been told to do.
I'm kind of just going back on the age and just.
Yeah.
Also, the opinion, the controls the purse strings, controls the.
Not so much anymore.
Yeah, that's a lot more the project. Okay, the other one I had was what Councilor Goyle said, the Morrison bypass, basically going to the MTO, saying what gives. I know, Sealy, you had a discussion, also like a discussion with the Minister of Transportation or their EA saying, come see us after the elections. Well, now we're coming to see
So I reached out to that individual and he is now the chief of staff of MMAH, no longer MTO. So I'm gonna put a suggestion forward. I don't see the value in the MTO delegation. I would prefer that we ask Mr. Speaker to have, remember we went down to his office the one time? You and I went. Was there anybody else? No, just us two. Anyways, we can all go, but I felt we got more traction out of that meeting with the speaker in the office with the high level staff. Try to get, so that I'd like to take that avenue for the bypass because they keep turning us down, I think the last 2 or 3, so. I agree it's still important, so we'd be comfortable to that. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, that's an approach that I know a number of colleagues have taken with various ministers, because if you go to Roma or AMO or whatever, you get your 10 minutes of fame and thank you very much, and yes, we'll consider it next. Right? Sometimes you get positive results, sometimes you don't. If you take the approach that Sealy's talking about, we arrange it through our MP and the speaker. We could set aside half a day and we could meet like with, half hour, 45 minutes with various ministers or deputy ministers and have a lot of dedicated time instead of just the 10 minutes. You spend a half a day or even a day, go to Toronto, you make it all work by schedule all in one day. And sometimes that can be much more effective than just the 10 minutes of anything.
So can I make another suggestion? Yeah. So these items, instead of delegations, we do what Len suggested is we have MMAH, we could do MTO, and then another one comes up from the other MTO. But I don't even know if this is a possibility. I would like to delegate to Roma, the Roma board. I want to meet with either the president or because this is gonna get a little complicated. I want TAPMO to start engaging Roma. I want Roma to start talking about our aggregate concerns because it's right in their name, rural Ontario. So we need them on board with our plights that we have across multiple ministries. So if this is their conference, let's go to them at this conference. And if these other items are priority, which they are, we'll organize a day. Then it also helps me with, I want a staff member. It's just part of their regular working day. We go down for half a day. So,
and then you don't have the cost of registering for a conference that you might not attend other than just to be a delegate.
and we get all our delegations turned down and then, somebody was coming to attend.
Well, it makes sense what you're saying. I got a couple other items to discuss. The first one is the natural gas, and you and the CAO had a meeting with them. I don't know, I haven't seen any action on that, but I think it's time to resurrect it again. It's post-COVID and move on that. And then the other one, sort of like the float across is housing on serviced areas. Housing in unserviced areas, like this bill homes legislation is. For service, it's got municipal services. Well, how about doing something allowing us to have housing in unserviced areas?
So I think that would be a good fit if we get the meeting with the speaker.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm okay with all this going through the speaker, absolutely.
And then staff can help prepare the documents and whatever we want to take there. Does anybody here know if you can delegate to the Roma president or the Roma board itself?
We did.
Ask Mayor Chris White, he was the president of Roma.
But either way, I feel at that conference, I'll go, whether it's informally arrange a meeting with the board members and start essentially, I don't want to call it lobbying, but educating our concerns and I want, So, you have any problem? Councilor Bailey?
I had a note here, maybe Councilor can help me with it. I'd written down with Mayor Sealy's name on it, whether it's through TAPMO or asking at AMO or Roma, but just in regards to getting a clear definition about how much fill can be imported into a pit before it becomes a large fill operation.
So you want a delegation to ask that, or you just want to get clarity from, I don't know how,
I
they
think
paused that legislation, did they not? So we don't have.
Yes, but I mean, I'm just thinking locally, you're gonna have a lot of pits soon, right? And we're gonna have a lot of potential fill coming in. And we need to know at what point is it rehabilitation and what point is it now a big site alteration? And where is that line? And
What ministry did that fall under? Was it?
I wonder if that, of course, because that's a specific technical one. So if you request a meeting with the minister, they'll just say, well, I'll have our staff look into it and I'll get back to you. And I think specific questions like that, it'd be good if we send it to them, to their technical people to respond. As opposed to more of a policy type decision where you want to talk to the minister. And then if you don't like the response, then you go to the minister, right? I think
Okay.
that's a specific technical question. Might be good to put it to their technical.
Or- yeah, and I don't remember where this came, where I made this note from. Yeah, Mr. Ballmer might know, and maybe it's just part of a bigger discussion that is appropriate for the Roma conference. Anyway, throw that out there for discussion.
So are you comfortable with us? Do you need direction from all of us to look into where that legislation is or educate us on that or?
Do you have anything further?
Oh, well, just, this came from,
With that.
there were some changes proposed earlier this year regarding placement of fill, and there's something to do with aggregates accepting, being able to accept fill. I think it was a question that came up then. I think it's something that we need to educate ourselves on first to better understand where to take our concern. Is it MECP? Is it Aggregate Resources Act? Is it, you know, because it regulates the pause as well. We're going back in apparently in January again. But I think this is a legitimate concern. We saw recently, other municipalities are dealing with this in the county too. It's another, any place with a gravel pit, there's this concern. But I think it's a valid point. When does it stop being an extractive operation and become a filling operation?
So can we leave that with staff or when, how do you want to handle that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the quickest way. I still think if we put that as a technical question to the technical group and then get clarification from them first.
How do they see it back?
Yeah.
What's their definition? Where's the line?
Yeah.
And an update on, they paused the legislation, so we'd like to know.
There's actually, they just put out another DRO to comment on what they're proposing to do. I just got a message from it on Friday. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet. It's available, public comment until December.
Good.
So,
We have a meeting on the 30th or something.
yeah. Could you forward me that question?
Sure.
And then,
Yeah.
then we'll
Yeah.
go from there.
Chris, we commented on that. The original DRO had a pretty extensive comment, so see what happens if everyone wants to comment on it again.
Anything else, Councilor?
No, that's all. Thanks.
Councilor Bowman?
Nothing, thank you.
So are we comfortable with putting in requests to the Roma board? Try to get either the president or somebody, I don't know who's on the board. I know Chris White is not going to be on the board anymore. And then the rest of the topics we brought up, when you and I can work together, which is you.
Yeah.
We'll sit down and chat.
Royal we.
Gosh, what do we, how many do we have there? Is MTO, will be captured? So. Actually, the topics too, so I can represent that after the fact. Yeah, I think that'd be a good use of time, to go down for half a day and then get us a bunch of meetings.
So, Mr. Mayor, did you want Tatmo to approach the Board of Roma, or do you want Pussich to approach the Board of Roma? Because I see that as a more of a Tatmo, you know,
It's interesting you say that. I want both, but I mean, I could go as, I could just tell them when they're representing TAMO. We've had that discussion at TAMO, along with the Ministry of Natural Resources. He's committed to meeting at Queen's Park out of the AMO conference. He said he would. I received a response. We haven't sent anything like that, but yeah, if it's under the TAMO banner,
Yeah, no, I just like the House of Bowman's idea that the more people you get together, you're part of a big herd as opposed to individual going through, it seems to carry more weight.
Now, in the past, the county has put in for chapel delegations, but there's no formal formal method to doing that. If the chair moved to back to North Dumfries, they just happen to do it and just label it as chapel. You know what I mean? So we could do it, and Ms. Whitebox, I don't know if that's gonna any integrity issues there, but could we just submit it on behalf of Tamil as me being the chair, or how would you like to address that? I mean, there's only open until the 28th.
So, sorry, just looking to clarify maybe a little bit, just having the letter come forward from you being the chair of Tatnall and not having Tatnall.
You know what, I'm gonna back up. The county has all the letterhead and stuff, I'll just, if you can just remind me, send me an email, I'll get them out there to ask for the roll up, because they have the letterhead.
Yeah,
sure, it just makes more sense. So I guess the no delegation, natural gas.
no, that's, I think we agreed to go,
Well, we had some success with the first natural gas delegation, but most
And
don't.
they agreed to amend the legislation, but now we still need to see some meaningful implementation and success with that. Like, so what did these changes accomplish? Kind of thing, right?
Did we receive correspondence back that they weren't going forward with projects that wasn't enough? Well, I saw the right things.
gas company doing a lot of work, just east of 35. There's a big piping station that's being built just south of 34. So I don't know, we're increasing capacity. It's a pretty major.
All right, what do you have?
So because we're not, council doesn't want to register for any of the delegations, I have made all the notes that you talked about, to schedule that meeting with the speaker and senior staff. So would you like the resolution to say receive the Roma delegations for information?
Yes, we have.
We do not.
We'll move for that. Go ahead, second, Councilor Schools. All in favor? Carried. We did 10.4. Council reports. So at the roads committee meeting yesterday, we had the preliminary budget presentation. They don't provide a projected increase yet. It's just like us, there's a lot of unknowns. But between roads and solid waste, might mix this up, but one's over budget 500 grand and the other one's under budget. So engineering as a whole is even. But a good news story out of that was in the preliminary budget, there's money set aside for electronic speed enforcement if that gets implemented by the county, which I know there's a push for that. I'm looking at trying to become chair of planning this next term. I'm not sure if we'll be successful, but it's just not that I'm abandoning roads, solid waste. I mean, as a mayor, you're always able to. All county councils can attend all committee meetings and have input. You're in on the closed sessions, even if you're not on the committee, so you're able to. You're always up to speed. So I'm just going to change. I'm hoping to change committees for this next coming year. Councilor Bowman, you were at a few meetings. Is there any high level stuff that I'm missing from that? Oh, this is a big change. So all our recycling is going to producer responsibility as of next year, and I'm not gonna remember the month, but it's
July 1st, I think.
Is it July? Yes, near the.
Well, it was last year, the next year, before 2025, anyway. Maybe it is mid.
I think it's next year anyhow. There's a lot of unknowns, so we're not sure the service, so you may not have recycling on the same day, you might have it once every 2 weeks. It could, like, there's a lot of unknowns. And what's not going to be serviced is, what do they call it, the ICI sector, industrial, commercial, institutional.
It's not service now.
It's not serviced now, but it's definitely, so. We're also going to have challenges at the county level because right now we have some efficiencies where the garbage and recycling is picked up with us and the green bins are picked up at the same time. We're gonna lose some of that. And we're wondering, about the yellow bags, is it the costing, there's a lot of change coming to the recycling program. And there's a lot of worry. So there's also a component. There was a six-month window where our contract was supposed to stop and there's they call it a transition period. And the municipalities had to make a decision on whether they would continue providing the service and the producers pay it. But the producers set the contamination rate at some people's opinion at a level that might not be able to be attained. And then you might not then be compensated for the work done. So because there wasn't enough certainty or clarification in what was going to be required, you probably right, Guelph, I believe, was one as well. We opted to not cover that transition period. So pretty sure it's next year, but anyways, there's going to be some changes around the recycling. I'm very concerned that it's not going to be welcome change by our residents. I'm very proud of our recycling program in the county. The staff, DOS, mentions often how our contamination rates are the envy of other, in the sense that they're low. Low contamination rates are the envy.
So they get high value from product.
Yeah, and so I don't know. Hey, so there's some worries there, but I'm hoping this isn't a step backwards for, reuse, reduce, recycle. I hope that it'll still be the same or better program than what we're experiencing, but definitely changes. Donna Bryce, many of you are familiar with her, she's retiring. So they hired a new clerk and I was very ecstatic that it was important.
Yeah, the only one.
So she retired.
The new clerk is was just elected to Center Wellington Council.
That's right, Jennifer Adams. So she's joining the county. I don't know if there's a transition period there as well, but she's coming back, I guess. She in the clerk's department, of course, yeah. What else is going on with the county? There's a portal that I mistakenly put out on my Facebook page that you could report local speeding concerns. Wellington County has a portal on their webpage that you can go on and report speeding concerns on Wellington County roads, but not inclusive of township roads. I brought it up at the roads committee yesterday that hopefully we can transition. As quickly informed it wasn't on the agenda, we can't discuss it that day. But I planted the seed. I'm optimistic that the county will develop a one-stop shop, or if you have speeding concerns on this website, so it should be coming. I get they don't look after, one of their concerns is somebody puts in a complaint, it goes to county staff. And then they'd be spending time reviewing it. Well, it's a municipal road, they want to use county staff to review that. So there's lots of technology out there that they can have a drop-down tab that it would kick an email to Glenn or whoever the appropriate staff member is at the local municipality. So I think that's we can get that on board. That'd be a good little service for our residents. You think that's it?
Just a question about that. If the county won't take that on, is that something easily the township could do a program like that online?
Sorry, can you hear what you said?
I'm just wondering if the county level won't take on the municipal road speed concern form. Is it something the township can adopt, like take that program and just put it on our webpage and collect data? I don't know.
So one reason why I would support this is because if we have that, and I'm pretty confident the county's gonna do it, but anyways, then we can track it. We can track complaints. If they only submit them to the OPP and or call in their non-emerged number, Glenn, I don't know how easy it is to get that data from the OPP. So, right, so if we have something, then we do at least track things historically. And not all speeding complaints are validated. Sometimes it's perception, right? But at least we would have that data, not have to file FOIs or go through a lengthy process. We could have our.
Yeah, I would agree that it's good to have that data. I think it's just how you collect it and what the public expectation is associated with it. Because if you're saying, call us with your complaints about speed, that's what I'll be spending my day doing, right? Is answering all the emails and not doing any of the other multiple things that could get done. So if it's something that's just recorded into a database and somehow it's communicated to the community in that way, that's good. But if it's creating an expectation that, Mrs. Jones thinks someone's speeding on her road and there's gonna be someone this afternoon, that's not realistic.
So can I ask what is the county then doing with the complaint form that they're getting? How do they respond to this? Do we know?
My understanding is very much so what Glenn has mentioned. They receive them, they go through them, and then it's a valid complaint, or I shouldn't say valid, but they review them and then they hand them over to the OPP. So my understanding is they look at the road master action plan, because the road has been reviewed for in the last 2 years, and they don't get a new review. So there is a staff component of dealing with these things. So I was just looking for somewhere that I can bounce to the OPP and, but
I think the caution is to get involved to that level of operation in a service that we don't provide is cumbersome for us as a municipality, because then it's going to get into waste management too. Like, we don't provide that service. So kind of, if we could be copied on the data that pertains to post lunch, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But if we're the source of it, then that creates an expectation that we're going to somehow be doing something about it. And we don't provide the service, so we really can't do it.
okay. Any council updates from members of council?
The council receives the mayor updates for information.
Mover, please. Councilor Palmer, thank you. Seconded by Councilor Bailey. All in favor? Carried. Violence.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-046 being a bylaw to establish the procedures for meetings of council and committee.
We're gonna move for that. Councilor Palmer. Seconded by Councilor Goya. All in favor? My fault. We have a closed session. Do we have business arising from the closed session? We didn't have. You know, some motion today. New business? Any announcements today? Anyone?
Might have a little.
Councilor Palmer, do you have an announcement?
I have a little one.
Go for it.
Well, it is my last meeting, so I thought I wanted to say thank you to everyone. We're all shaped by, I learned years ago, you really are shaped by the first council you serve on. And a lot of who I became as a councillor was determined by how things went in that first term. So I was lucky, had a good mayor, one of 3 that I've served with. Had a good team around us, good diverse skills. And I learned a lot from all the councillors that served with over time. And I had a lot of CAOs to work with. I think I worked with 4 CAOs over the time. 3 of which were just in this term. So that's something. When I think back to when I first came on council, I think we were running around 9 full-time staff. We could have had everybody over to dinner around the table. And I remember the concerns of that had ballooned to somewhere around 11 by the time I took my sabbatical in 2010. And when I returned back in 2014, it had modestly increased to over 20. So the township certainly has changed. The organization has changed since then. It takes a lot of getting used to. But we've had a lot of good people. A lot of good people are no longer they're working for the township, but have passed away too. So there's been some losses. When you stick around this long, you're going to notice some changes. But I remember when I first got on council, I became aware of the idea that, there's a lot of perception out there in the public that you're now a resident, greater authority. But in reality, you become a neighbor with greater responsibilities. And that was never more evident than one time I visited the advanced poll that was held in the council chambers, and I'd forgotten to bring my ID, and of course, that year you had new requirements, you had to bring photo ID with you to vote, and I knew everybody working at the polling station, but I'd forgotten my photo ID. And I couldn't vote without photo ID, so I turned around and I pointed at the pictures of myself on the wall with my name, and that wasn't good enough. I had no greater authority in that moment, and it was a humbling moment, but drives the point home. And I gotta say, I've had a lot of good times, had a few difficult times. I think the most difficult things I've had to deal with is the once or maybe twice that I had to admit to Mayor Seeley that he was right and I was wrong. It certainly couldn't be 3 times because I wouldn't have survived it. It's been great serving with you, Mr. Mayor. It's been great serving with each member of council here. Councillor Goyda, you bring a knowledge of customer service that I think will serve this community very well during this term. It's been an honor to serve with you here on the table. I've enjoyed, again, our little rides to and from the meetings. I really enjoyed those when you first came to council, just as I enjoyed them when it was Councillor Sharp driving me from Markham. It's been a pleasure, so thank you. And Councillor Sapoulis, I gotta say, there is no one I enjoy disagreeing with more than yourself. And,
That's likewise.
it's easy to disagree with someone based on an opinion, but it really is a pleasure to disagree with someone based on someone knowing they have done the work and they're well informed, and the opinion is not just pulled from the air. So no one can say you're never prepared for a meeting, because you put us all to shame with the depth of detail you go into. So that's a valuable asset to this community. Thank you so much. And my little neighbor here, Councillor Bailey, joined the B team. We're not part of the J train over there. But the B team. And it was very nice when you came onto council. I appreciate the fact that you have a heart for family and the environment and community too. These are things that we need around the council table. The diversity of this team is exceptional, and you're a big part of that diversity. So thank you very much for your service. And last and certainly not least, Mike, geez, I don't say nice things about the mayor, do I?
I'm going to turn the recording off, so there's no.
No, it's okay. You know, I promised I would stop saying this several years ago, and I'm gonna have to break my promise again. You know, it seems to be more common now than it used to be, where people run to be straight to mayor. I'm gonna tell the story, of course, you and I like to kid each other about. When I got these, I used to get angry emails from a resident of Morris threatening petitions and all sorts of things. And I don't know why I said it, but I said to this young fellow, trust the process. And he became mayor. I don't know if it was to prove me right or to prove me wrong. But in the end, he's turned out to be an excellent chair of our meetings. And one of the values you bring to this table is you see value in everybody around the table, and you allow us each to grow as a counselor and participate with our individual skills. You're not trying to create a homogeneous group, but rather you're drawing on the strengths and the diversity of the group. And I really appreciate that. And yes, it means longer discussions sometimes, but it means that everybody's opinion at least gets an airing at the table. And that's, as I learned a long time ago, that's what I'm here for, is to make sure that at least we're heard. And we can't always be right, but at least we can be heard. So thank you very much for being an excellent chair and leader of this community.
Councillor Ball. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I actually wrote some things down because I didn't want to forget it. I don't really actually know how to adequately express my gratitude to Councillor Balmer. I think that this community is better and will continue to be better because of the work that you have done over the past, I don't exactly know how many years, but in your time here. Your commitment to the council role and the work that you are willing to put in to make the right decisions is to me, it's very inspiring. The knowledge and the history that you're able to provide adds so much value to this council, and your perseverance in getting the details right is something that I didn't really come to appreciate until I was also sitting in the council chair and seeing the importance of having those details in place. And I'm very grateful to you for the work that you have done in Business. On a personal note, I am and will be forever grateful to you for the work and time. I'm getting emotional. The mentoring that you invested in me. Oh, I wasn't expecting this. I'm sorry. I really do feel like you took me under your wing. And you took the time to patiently guide, inform, educate, listen, support, and encourage me every step of the way. I think that has made me better, and you had a big part in that. I feel extremely fortunate to have had the opportunity to sit at this table alongside you, and that was for the rest of this council and the staff as well. It will definitely not be the same without you here, and the car ride to and from meetings will be a lot quieter. But you will be a force on county council, and you will continue to do great things that we will all benefit from here at this stage. So we'll miss you and wish you nothing but the best. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Schools.
All right, Magda, I will miss you. You're a truly people person. I remember when I first got through the process and became a counselor, you called me up at home and expressed your gratitude and that you thank me for being pursuing the job at council. I'll never forget that you said, I look forward to working. And it's been a true pleasure working with you all these years. I like disagreeing with you. Yes, I agree to disagree with you, but it's really been great. I really like the historical perspective you bring to the table. That puts a lot of context in for us when we make decisions. A lot of us are rookies here in terms of being in the know on what's happening, what has happened, why certain things have happened, and certainly having you there to say, well, this is why that happened. You say, now I know. I know what to say next. So we'll miss you, and wish you all well in your endeavors on county council. I'm sure, based on your performance here, you're going to do just a great job there as well.
Thank you. And I expect I'll hear from you regularly.
Oh, you will.
Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things with COVID sort of was that I missed out on getting to sit next to you in person, and I kind of recognized that I was missing out on that, you know, deeper mentorship. But I really appreciate all the long phone calls we've had and all the historical context that you give to different topics. I really value that and appreciate all the support that, you know, you've given. A big learning curve right over the last few years for me, so it's been a real help with that. And yeah, I'm looking forward actually to seeing what the work you do on county council. I think you're going to do really great things there. So, thank you.
All right, we go. No, Matthew, you know, it has been a great experience working with you. I appreciate your patience with me. The perspective that you brought to the table was fantastic, and I'd usually be on the other side of the perspective, and you say, "Well, have you thought about this?" And then you go, your brain almost leaves your mind sometimes, you know. And I don't, and it's amazing what you brought here. When you first floated the idea of going to the county, it was, you know, it was confidential between you and I remember the sinking feeling in my stomach of the fact that you'd be leaving. And I remember thinking how beneficial it could be for you and your life, and how, you know, you could be an asset to the community at that upper tier. And that's why I supported you right from the beginning. Didn't want to lose you. We're not really losing.
You're getting someone equally good.
But we're not losing. You're still there. You know, you're going to be up at the top tier. I'm sure you're going to be welcoming to the phone calls for those history lessons that we may need once in a while. But your professionalism around the table, the staff, patience with me, patience with everybody. Yeah, there was a bit of a teaching going on the last year. You trying to get all that history out to us.
Yes, I know.
But, you know, I hope the community recognizes how much you and your family has done for Coast Central over the years. And congratulations on going to the county, and I look forward to our drives into the county.
And home again?
It depends on how long you talk.
Thank you.
It has been. Staff, you want to talk offline maybe? You don't want to. Where we at? That's announcements. Confirmatory bylaw, please.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed into council. Bylaw 2022-047 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Clifton in its meeting held on the 9th day of November 2022.
We got a mover, Council Ballmer. Seconder, Council Willis, all in favor? And adjournment.
And council hereby adjourns at 3:34 p.m.
Mover, Council Ballmer. Seconder, Council Guida.
Sure.
All in favor? Last one. Thank you, everyone. You're free. Thank you. Let me know.
It's in it.